Happy hour Friday, everybody. What's going on? The Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, 973 ESPN on the YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there, we've got a lot on the docket for you today. Reacting to those press conferences yesterday, we'll get more reaction from that. The fallout from a Sixer season that has ended in disappointment yet again. We'll discuss with Adam Aaronson today at 3 o'clock, get his take on what's next after the press conferences yesterday. What did he learn from those two gentlemen, Josh Harris and Bob Myers, who spoke yesterday? You heard it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Also, Phillies win last night. Kyle Schwarber, the Schwarbarian, with a bomb. Basically, all the offense for the Phillies is home runs, Schwarber home runs. If he doesn't hit a home run, it doesn't usually go that well for the Phils. So we'll talk more about the Phils, our Phillies fastball segment later on with Oscar and Jeff. You can be a part of the show. Always on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. We've got one of the great joys of the sports calendar, right? The NFL schedule release. Hey, listen, it's fun for the day. You have a little fun with it for the day. And obviously, your schedule today doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot in December. But it's definitely fun to kind of look at it and how they place everything in terms of what you think. It's like the draft, right? You draft guys based on what you, and then you give a reaction based on how you think they might fit in with your team. Same with the Eagles here. The schedule, you kind of see how it's mapped out based on the predictions that you have for the teams that you'll play. For instance, you open up with Washington. Washington's a team that's an NFC East rival. They've kind of given you a little bit of problems over the years, even when they haven't been very good. They beat you the one year when you were undefeated. Played them in the NFC Championship game. You know, Washington, I think, is going to be improved this year. So having a division game in the first game of the season, you know, that is definitely, you know, a challenge. Last year, the Eagles opened up with the Cowboys. So you had a division game last year as well. They opened up with Washington in 2017. I know that. I think 2019 they opened up with the Commandos, as Adam Caplan would call them as well. Week 2 at Tennessee. Now the Titans, a lot of people are talking about the Titans as a kind of an up-and-coming team, a team that could surprise this year. The game's on the road, and I think if we were to ask what road game are you planning on going to this year, I think the Titans would probably be at the top of that list, many people. Going down to Nashville, hanging out with a lot of Eagles fans. I would imagine a lot of Eagles fans are going to be in Nashville for that one. It's an easy flight. It's a quick trip, and Nashville's a great weekend town. You only need a weekend in Nashville. You don't need much longer than a weekend. I think a weekend will suffice. You get there on Friday, hang out Friday, Saturday, go to the game on Sunday, and get your ass out of there. Hopefully with an Eagles win. It's one of the 5 1 o'clock games the Eagles have this year. Yes, 5 of them. That's it. Monday night at Chicago. Rematch, Black Friday. They come into your building and dominate you. Can you go to their building and dominate them on a Monday night? Expectations now for the Bears after being a good team last year. You know, that's an interesting spot. Back-to-back road games with a look-ahead possibility on a short week. You have a 1 o'clock home game against the Rams. We know the Rams. You know, last night, I don't know if you watched, the Eagles kind of revealed their schedule. They did a little video, and Saquon Barkley was like, man, I feel like we play the Rams every single year. And he's like, yeah, we've played them 3 times since I've been here already. So they'll play the Rams on Sunday, October 4th. It's a 1 o'clock game at the Link. Then they'll be in London to play Jacksonville. Jacksonville, good team, good solid team last year. Not a great team, but a good team. It's a team that you obviously, it's not a pushover. It's not the Jacksonville teams from a couple of years ago. This is a good Jacksonville team. They're going to be in Jacksonville in London for 2 straight weeks. That's the first of 2 straight weeks for them in London. But many people thought that you would come home to a bye, and you are not coming home to a bye. But you are coming home for 2 straight home games. You come home from London and play Carolina at 1 o'clock in Philly, and then a Monday night football game against the Dallas Cowboys in Philadelphia. I'm sure that will be a hot ticket right around Halloween. Dallas, Philly, Monday night, bang. How about that? Carolina's a tough team to play on a short week. It's a good team. It's not a great team. You would have hoped that played in London on Sunday that they would at least have given you the Monday night game, so you had that extra day if they weren't going to give you the bye. But now you've got London, Carolina, Dallas, at Washington, home against the Giants. It's a 3-game stretch against divisional opponents. Bang, 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 7, 8, and 9. And then the Eagles have their bye week in week number 10, which, correct me if I'm wrong, did they have a bye week in week 10 the year in 2022 when they won the Super Bowl? I thought they had a week 10 bye week the year they won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Back end of the schedule. Home against the Steelers. So you have Giants at home, a bye week, Steelers at home. 2 straight roadies. At Dallas on Thanksgiving Day, at Arizona. So you got to play Thanksgiving, but then you get a little time off before you go out to Arizona and play the Cardinals. By the way, those 3 games, 425, 430, 405. 3 straight home games. So now we're in December, and you're going to be in Philly for 3 straight. Indianapolis, Seattle, the defending Super Bowl champions, on a Saturday afternoon, and then Christmas Eve against the Texans. So if you're a season ticket holder or you're somebody that likes to go to games, and if you're thinking, man, I haven't gone to a lot of games this year, and you're already at December, you're right. 3 of your home games are coming in December this year. Indianapolis, 1 o'clock. Seattle on a Saturday at 5. You know, I just thought about this. Normally the Eagles play on a Sunday. Most people have to work the next day. You are giving the Eagles a home Saturday game at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You are asking. You are asking for trouble. I mean, what times are those parking lots going to be open? I can imagine people pulling in. I can see the buses and the RVs coming rolling in to Lincoln Financial Field in the parking lots surrounding Saturday morning at, say, 6 a.m., a 5 o'clock kickoff on a Saturday. People thinking, I don't have to work tomorrow for the first time on a home football game in a long, long time. So Saturday, 5 o'clock, followed by a Thursday night Christmas Eve game against the Houston Texans. Now, how many people show up wearing green? Like the Eagles, like the Phillies St. Patty's Day game? Everybody wears green at down in Clearwater. A lot of people wear green to the St. Patty's Day game. So do the Eagles fans all wear red for Christmas Eve against the Texans, who also are kind of black, blue and red? At the 49ers on a Sunday night, and then at the New York Giants. That is how you close out. The season starts on September 13th. It ends the second week of January. The Super Bowl this year is on Valentine's Day. Football is almost here. We will do our Friday Five coming up in a little bit. Some scheduling quirks. What do you got?
So the bye weeks, you were asking, so 2024, the bye week was week 5. 2022, the bye week was week 7.
Okay.
Throughout the whole Nick Sirianni history, last year was week 9.
9 last year.
And then 2023 was week 10.
There you go, week 10. But that was the year that they were 10-1 and then fell apart.
And then the first year of Sirianni was week 14.
Gotcha. All right. Well, week 10 this year. For the second straight year, the Eagles will open at home against a division team. They will go to London for the 3rd time ever. They will play on Thanksgiving for the 8th time. They are 6-1 on Thanksgiving. They are the best team in NFL history on the holiday. They have 5 scheduled primetime games, and they have 3 more standalone games for 8 standalone games and 2 Monday Night Football games. They have played the most Monday Night Football games in the NFL since the year 2000. So over the last 26 years, the Eagles have 44 Monday Night Football games. That is the most in football. So let's take a look at a couple of things here. Andrew Brandt, who worked in the Green Bay front office, worked with the Philadelphia Eagles. He served in a variety of roles. He now does a podcast. He's been on our show plenty of times. Andrew Brandt does the Business of Sports podcast. He has an interesting NFL life. He has been on the team side negotiating contracts. He's also been an agent negotiating contracts for players. So he has negotiated contracts for the team and players. He's worked in a variety of roles in the NFL. So, Andrew Brandt, what do NFL teams look for when the schedule comes out?
I was in the NFL 10 years. When we got the schedule, we looked at some things right away. This was every team looks right away. What are your off-schedule games? Thursday night, particularly, because you want to look at the game before that. Sunday night, not so much. Monday night, yes, you want to look at the game after that in preparation. Holidays now with Christmas and Black Friday and Thanksgiving, and now, of course, Thanksgiving Eve, how you prepare for the game before or after, depending on the time of the week.
So the first thing he said was, how do you look at the schedule? Thursday night, the game before that. You want to see who you play before that. Well, the Eagles play 2 Thursday games. One's against Dallas. The game before that's Pittsburgh. The other one's Houston. The game before that is on a Saturday against Seattle. Seattle is a very tough game going to play Houston on a Thursday. Now, it's not as short of a week because you're playing Saturday, Thursday, but the Dallas game, you're playing Pittsburgh, which is a physical team. Then you have to go to Dallas. So I'm assuming when you saw that you played Thursday, those were not the 2 opponents that you were hoping for beforehand.
Also, I think it's a lot different because it's not just you're traveling to Dallas, but you're traveling on a holiday. So I'm sure there's a layer to that as well.
He also mentioned your opponents after the Sunday night game and the Monday night game. Because obviously Sunday night you're playing later, Monday night your week is shorter. They play the Bears on a Monday night, followed by the Rams. Not ideal.
Not ideal.
They play the Cowboys on a Monday night, followed by at Washington. Not ideal. I mean, I get Washington doesn't feel like, but if they bounce back to where they were 2 years ago, it's a whole different party all of a sudden. So those are your 2 Monday night situations. So what are some of the other things that teams look for when the schedule comes out?
Look at warm weather games in the beginning of the season and preparing for heat. You want to look at cold weather games at the end of the season and preparing for cold. So all of this is going on when you start to look at these different schedule things. In Green Bay, we always looked for, do we have home games at the end of the season? That was a superior advantage with the cold weather.
Okay. So early in the year, the only one is you got Tennessee early in the season. It's at Tennessee at 1 o'clock. It's Nashville, September 20th. It's not like Miami hot. I mean, it might be warmer down there. But look, September, even in these parts, it could be 80 degrees. The game at Chicago being September on Monday night, that's a help that you don't have to play at Chicago in, say, December. So that's one. Everything else is pretty kosher because the first half of the year, up into your bye, you play the Rams at home, you're in London, Carolina at home, Dallas at home, you're at Washington, and the Giants at home, and then you have a bye. So you only have to travel to Tennessee, Chicago, London, and Washington the first 10 weeks of the season. Now, he talked about your home games. 3 of them in December, back to back to back. He thought that was a big advantage. Indianapolis, Seattle, and Houston, back to back to back. And one of them is on a holiday, so Houston has to travel, short week, come to you. And by December 24th, it might be a little chilly here than the Houston Texans are used to. So Seattle and Houston playing in Philly in December And Indianapolis, keep in mind, they play in a dome as well. That gives Philadelphia an interesting advantage. They do have a December game at Arizona, so you don't have to worry about playing a cold weather situation there, and you're at Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. All right, last thing that teams look at.
From a scheduling point of view, you're playing the division opponents. You look at where and when. Are you playing this one early in the season, this one away late in the season, or vice versa? That could help with some planning. You break out the schedule into quarters. How's our first quarter look, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter? All that going on with the NFL schedule release.
So the Giants, they play in the last week of the year. Before that, their last divisional game is Thanksgiving. They do not play a divisional team from Thanksgiving to the last week of the year. All of those games are the first 10 weeks of the year. They play the Giants, Washington, and Dallas back to back to back. Now, keep in mind, they play Washington in the first game of the year. So Washington, Dallas, Washington, Giants, that's the first 9 weeks. And then after week 10, you've got Dallas and then the Giants at the end. So you got one in the front, one at the back, and then a concentration of them smashed into the middle where you play Dallas, Washington, Giants, and Dallas. You've got 4 division games in a 5-game span over 6 weeks because the bye's in there.
Yeah, and don't forget that, historically the Eagles in many years past, they've played a lot of those division games at the end of the year. So now you're completely shuffling when the NFC East divisional tiebreakers come into play.
That could be decided very, very interestingly early, but not against each other.
Right.
Like to try to, you could have a head-to-head game that can knock somebody out or anything, but that's not going to happen late in the year.
No.
The only game that could matter is if the Eagles play the Giants, and we don't think the Giants will be a factor for the division, but possibly a wild card type of situation. We shall see. The Giants are interesting, definitely, but to play them in the last game of the year, I think is definitely, last year, their last game, 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl, they played the Giants in the last game of the year, and that was the game that Tanner McKee played. Last year, in the last game of the year, they played, I believe, Washington.
Yeah.
Was the game, because you always play a division team in the last game of the year.
And, because the Eagles have been in the postseason every year under Nick Sirianni, they're typically resting their guys the last game of the year. And so it'll be interesting to see when you get to that point if the Giants are playing for something and you are not playing for something.
The last thing, he said we look at the games in quarters. First quarter, Washington, Tennessee, Chicago, Rams. That is 2 playoff teams from last year. The Bears and the Rams, back-to-back. Your next 4 games, it is Jacksonville, Carolina, Dallas, and Washington. That is 2 playoff teams from last year. But it's 4 playoff teams in a row. Chicago, L.A., Jacksonville, and Carolina all made the playoffs last year. So that's 4 straight games against playoff teams. Your next 4 games, Giants, Steelers, Cowboys, Cardinals. That is a pairing of teams, one of which made the playoffs, Pittsburgh last year. So that's a 4-game run where only 3 of those teams, but the problem is they're all division foes. So it does change the dynamics a little bit there. Then your last pocket of games would be a 5-pack, Indianapolis, Seattle, Houston, 49ers, Giants. That's the toughest stretch of the season for me. But 3 of those games are at home. Indy, Seattle, Houston at home, and San Francisco and the Giants on the road. Seattle, Texan, and San Fran with Indianapolis. If Indianapolis is healthy this year at quarterback, you remember last year they fell apart because of the quarterback situation, but they were pretty good. But that's Seattle, Houston, and San Fran. I think that's probably your toughest 3-game stretch. Maybe the Bears, Rams, and Jacksonville. I don't know which one. And then you have the 3-game stretch with Dallas, Washington, and the Giants. Not the toughest teams per se, but the fact that they're all in the division, I think, puts that one in the conversation as well.
And the division games are always a lot tougher than you expect going into them. And I don't think this is a year that you can overlook any of those teams either. You mentioned Harbaugh's now with the Giants. Washington is looking to rebound. Cowboys deserve a lot of credit. They have really upgraded their defense. And don't forget, their defensive coordinator, former Eagles coach.
Yeah, Christian Parker is there. Their offense is the same. You had problems with their offense a year ago. So there you go. That is a first look at the Eagles' schedule. We'll break it down a little further. John McMullen will join us in a couple of minutes here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What game, what stretch are you looking to go to a road game this year? That's number one. I know yesterday a lot of people watching and listening to the show said they were going to be going to Nashville. Now that the schedule is out, did anybody book a trip or plan a trip already? Anybody going to London for the London game? And then obviously the Nashville trip is big. I don't know, Chicago in September. I wouldn't mind going to Chicago in an early September game now. That one is a little bit more attractive than maybe Chicago during the cold time of the year.
You get pretty fortunate weather-wise with a lot of this schedule.
There's no game where you're playing on the road in bad weather. You're at Dallas, at Arizona, at San Francisco. The only one is the last game of the year against the Giants.
Yeah, and that could be anything. I mean, Jersey, Northeast weather is like playing roulette, basically.
Yeah, no, that's the only one that you have scheduled where the game is not in a climate-controlled environment there. So, yeah, you've lucked out with the weather. You should. Now, the only place that has bad weather potentially is your 3 home games, but you would hope that that's an advantage for your team. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board. Give us your thoughts on the schedule, place you'd like to see, like to go to this year. And, it's hard if you're just listening to retain the pockets of games, but I gave you the 3-game stretch that I think is the toughest is Seattle, Houston, San Francisco. You got the Super Bowl champions. You got a tenacious defense in Houston, and you got the Niners, who beat you last year in the playoffs. That game's on the road. The 2 games before that are home games, but keep in mind, one's on a Saturday, the other one's on Christmas Eve. So you're not in your normal routines there. The other 3-game stretch, you got Chicago, the Rams, and Jacksonville. Jacksonville won the division last year. Jacksonville was 13-4 last year. Let us not forget that. They ended the year last year winning 8 straight games. Houston ended last year winning 9 straight games. So those 2 teams are on your schedule back-to-back this season. So those are 2 pretty tough 3-game stretches. All right, we're going to talk about that. What stood out to John McMullen? He breaks it all down for us from Birds 365 coming up on the other side on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. Let us know what you're having. Give me a good recommendation for the weekend. Got a fun weekend planned. Who's doing something this weekend? What do we got going on this weekend? No Sixers, no Flyers. All we have is the Phillies and the Pirates. And by the way, the Phillies are at PNC Park. Do you know they are the worst team in the National League in the history of PNC Park? The Phillies? At PNC Park, the Phillies are the worst team all time. They are 29-46. That is the worst record by a National League team at PNC Park. In fact, they've lost 7 of the last 8 games at PNC Park. They'll play the Pirates tonight. Last night, we'll dive into that game. Ranger Suarez and Jesus Luzardo, mano y mano. Big Schwarbomb in the game last night. But when we come back, we're going to talk to John McMullen from Birds 365. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman.
When you get ready to go on these trips, London, Nashville, you're not doing it last minute. You're planning ahead, right? And so if you get an injury, you need to make sure that you are planning ahead to deal with the insurance companies. And that's why you need to call my friends at Craig A. Altman, located in Violent on Delsea Drive, 856-327-8899. You don't pay anything unless they win. Don't go with somebody just because they have a fancy television commercial. No, go with somebody who's local, who understands what it takes to win. They have the tough lawyers who can deal with the tough cases. You wouldn't go on a trip without planning ahead. So don't go into an injury case without planning ahead. 856-327-8899 or visit them online at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
All right, Johnny Mac is back. He tells us his thoughts on the Birds' schedule, how it all played out for them, coming up next. 2:31 Sports Bash Live. Eagles' schedule is out. You can check it out at 97.3ESPN.com. Washington starts it. The Giants end it, and everything in between. I think it lays out pretty nice. 3 home games late in the year in December. Some 3 straight division games. I think the toughest spots you got Seattle, Houston, San Fran. That's a triple header right there. Chicago, L.A., Jacksonville. That's 3 toughies right there. 3 straight division games. Dallas, Washington, Giants. That's a tough spot when you got 3 back-to-back division games. But 3 games in December at home. John McMullen, Birds 365, joins us now. Breaks down what he thinks this schedule lays out. We heard what Andrew Brandt had to say about what teams look for when they look at the schedule. Thursday night games. Who do you play before them? Well, you got 2 Thursday games. One's Thanksgiving. The other one's on Christmas Eve. You got Pittsburgh the previous game. You've got Seattle the previous game to the Thursday nighters. So let's see what John has to say. Initial reaction, John, the schedule comes out. Everybody loves it. Plan your trips. Here we go. Initial thoughts on the Eagles slate of games. Looks like not a lot of 1 o'clockers for you, buddy.
No, that's always disappointing, but you're used to it with the Eagles. I mean, 5 consecutive years now with 5 primetime games. That doesn't, people forget that the largest viewed window is the 4:25, 4:30 window. So, and they got the highest profile game of the year, the one they're hoping to draw 60 million viewers to, and that's Thanksgiving at 4:30. So, obviously a high profile team, continue to be, no surprise from that aspect. And that makes things difficult from a coaching standpoint because you're dealing with all these wonky weeks. But that's sort of the modern NFL. I mean, now you got Wednesday games. You mentioned Christmas Eve. It never ends as far as – so it's almost the old school Sunday to Sunday. If you get that a few times a year, you're lucky if you're relevant in this league.
Right. Opening up with a division game. They've done it the last couple of years. They did it with Dallas last year, but you get the home game against Washington. I want to get your, Washington. I think everybody kind of looks at them as kind of, it's the same old Commanders. They went from NFC Championship, to last year. They really just kind of fell apart. Do you expect a bounce back from the Commanders?
A little bit, but not significant. I do think they sort of bought in, I don't want to say lucky, but not many people expected them to go as far as they did in 2024. And there were a lot of injuries that contributed to the upset of Detroit. And let's face it, they got blown out pretty significantly in the NFC Championship game because I don't think they were ready for that game at that point. And they probably kind of bought into the fact that they were close, and they weren't close, and they signed a bunch of old players, and it didn't work out, and the quarterback got hurt, and they took a sharp, steep step back. But I expect them to be better than that. But I don't think it's a very good team. I think it's clearly still Dallas and Philly in the NFC East, and then the afterthoughts of Washington and the Giants, but they're getting a little bit better. I do like the 1-2 punch to start from the perspective of 2 of the worst defenses in the NFL. If you look at Washington and Tennessee, and that's kind of a soft launching pad for Sean Mannion, so to speak. You can imagine, late you talked about that 3-game homestand. You got Seattle and Houston, maybe the 2 best defenses in the NFL. Imagine if those teams were in the first month with Sean Mannion and the growing pains and trying to get this offense going. So I think that's a nice soft launch for Sean Mannion, those first 2 games.
Yeah, you got Tennessee, and that's a 1 o'clock game. A lot of people think the Commanders could be a surprise candidate this year. There's always that team that finishes last one year, goes to the playoffs the next year. The Monday night against Chicago, followed by L.A. and Jacksonville. You got Carolina and Dallas in there, and then Washington, the Giants. I know that's an interesting stretch, but the Chicago, Rams, Jacksonville, back-to-back-to-back, that might be the toughest three-game run of the whole season.
Yeah, that's certainly there. Yeah, I would argue, but it's at home,
Late in the year, yeah.
Yeah, Indy, Seattle, Houston, I forget the order, but yeah, so you can make an argument. Jacksonville, I think, is better than people realize, and the Rams might be
13-4 last year, Jacksonville. Finished the season winning 8 straight.
Yeah, another team with a good defense and really headed in the right direction. The Rams might be the most talented team in football. They got to beat the Eagles at some point. They got lucky, they really outplayed them, and the Eagles won the game with that blocked field goal. So that was kind of a little bit of a crazy victory. So that's going to be a very difficult team. In Chicago, in a lot of ways, we talk about the first place schedule, and you talk about worst to first. You're only talking about 3 games now where you play first place teams and you differentiate from the rest of the division. So you're talking about the NFC North, which is Chicago, the NFC South, which is Carolina, and the AFC North, which is Pittsburgh. Now think about that, Mike. You talk about teams taking a step back. One of the reasons Chicago was worst to first. So you can look at Dallas and they have Green Bay. And you could say, well, that might be tougher. And Cincinnati with Joe Burrow, Baltimore, Dallas gets Baltimore, Washington gets Cincinnati. You could argue they're both better than the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially we don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Right. Presumably he's going to play. And then, Dallas gets Tampa Bay and Washington gets Atlanta. They might be better than Carolina.
Well, that whole South, right? The whole South was kind of wishy-washy last year, so nobody really stands out there.
Yeah, exactly. So I would argue Atlanta's the most talented team. They got to figure out the quarterback situation. But
by the way, for the first time in a long time, no Tampa Bay on the schedule for the Eagles.
Yeah, and because Carolina won it, right? And they're on Dallas' schedule. And again, if you ask me who's better, Tampa or Carolina, I'm going to lean Tampa. So, I mean, this first place schedule is a lot easier than last year's first place schedule, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up there. The other part, what do you make of, John, having to play 3 straight division games? Because everybody always kind of looks at, division games. But, Dallas at Washington and the Giants. And the way it is, you've got a Monday nighter, then a road Sunday nighter, then a home game against the Giants at 1 o'clock before the bye there. But you get 3 straight division games, and then you're really you only have 2 games in the division left the back end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think last year, if you look at it, it was a little bit disappointing the way they finished in the division. I think, if you look at it and say, all right, if you sweep New York and if you sweep Washington and split with Dallas, you're good. I think that should be the goal. But they weren't able to do that last year. Division games always tend to be a little bit tougher, but on paper, they're still significantly, I would say, ahead of Washington and the Giants. So those are games they have to win. They have to find a way to win those games. And then you're probably going to get the home and home against Dallas. That would be the summation, and then you'll be in a position to win the division again.
John McMullen, Birds 365. We're looking at the little nuances of this Eagles schedule bye. And then, as Andrew Brandt said, you look at your Thursday games and who you play before them. Well, you play Dallas on Thanksgiving. Before them, you play Pittsburgh. And then you take a look at after the Dallas game, you have a little time off before you go to Arizona. But playing Pittsburgh before you go to Dallas for a short week, that's going to be, after coming out of the bye, that'll be an interesting little 2-gamer there before you go to Arizona. And then you get those 3 games back to back to back at home.
Yeah, I kind of look for the trap games or what I think could be trap games, and I look at coming back from London and Carolina. Obviously, no bye. And I think most people would think that's a very winnable game, but I think that's a really difficult spot. And then I think Indy is a difficult spot from the perspective of it's Arizona before, so even though it's out there, Eagles fans are going to take over that place. That's probably going to be a pretty easy one. And then after, here come the reigning Super Bowl champions. So that's, maybe you start looking down the road a little bit, and maybe that Indy game's a little bit more difficult than it looks on paper. So you can always find things to say. It's the NFL. It's not. You can't schedule Wofford. You can't schedule a homecoming game. So all these teams can beat you if you don't have your P's and Q's. So you can. I always say with the NFL, you can talk yourself into anything, and how a team could beat you. But I think it's overall, as I said, if I compare it to last year, I think this is a really good schedule for the Eagles. They didn't have a back-to-back home game.
Nothing. Not the whole season last year. You're right. And then, you have those three back-to-backs, back-to-back, I should say, 3 straight home games to end or start the month of December. And then you do have to go to San Francisco for a Sunday nighter, but you get a little extra time because you play on Christmas Eve. And then you're hoping, like the years past, that Week 18 game against the Giants, Tanner McKee gets a chance to play again.
That's the annual Tanner McKee game.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so most likely that's not going to matter that much. Week 18, San Francisco's tough on the road, but I do think if you look at it from a talent perspective, that's what was that playoff loss was so disappointing because on paper the Eagles were a much better team than San Francisco. I think going into the season, you probably would say the same thing. But you got to go out there and do it.
Obviously, you take a look at we were looking at the over-unders for wins. The Eagles are the favorites in the East. They are the team. But I just want to get your thoughts on the Giants. We talked about Washington. That's where you'll start the season. You'll end the season with the Giants. Do you think that game will have meaning for somebody in that game? Philly, New York, both?
Yeah, I definitely think it'll have meaning for Philly from a standpoint of at least maybe see and sometimes remember you've already clinched and you've already clinched seeding and it works that way. But from a perspective of they'll certainly be in the playoff hunt at the bare minimum. Doesn't mean they'll have to win the game, but they'll certainly be in the playoff hunt. I can't imagine, even though I think the Giants are finally going in the right direction with John Harbaugh, I can't imagine they'll be in the mix this quickly. Just too many holes to fill. So probably by that point they will have shut it down.
All right, well, there you go. What do the players feel? How do they feel about Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, all those primetime games?
Yeah, I don't think it's as much. I know a lot of you're used to it if you're a professional athlete. I mean, for some reason it's become a bigger deal with football, which, as you know, NBA teams have been playing on Christmas, and they long to play on Christmas because that means you're kind of relevant. And the NFL's now taking over Christmas. Now, I think what affects players more than holidays or things like that is the weird days, Wednesday, Saturday, Thursday, for Black Friday. Those are, I think, bothers players more than Thanksgiving. I mean, Thanksgiving has been a long time NFL tradition. Dallas and Detroit have to do it every year. So I think it's more the weird weeks. They're creatures of habit, and they want Sunday to Sunday.
Yeah. Well, they got a bunch of routine-like days here. There's only 5 1:00 games, 8 standalone games. John, I said at the beginning of the show, 5 o'clock on a Saturday, you may see the biggest circus you've ever seen at that stadium. I mean, most people, maybe they tame it up a little knowing they have to work the next day. a Saturday where you know you have the whole day to recover, that could be a rough day at the Lincoln Financial Field.
Well, I find they're all rough. Those 425, 430 games, and that'll be 5, as you mentioned. Those are always the roughest, especially early in the season. So
Whew.
Washington at 425, I'd recommend anybody going to that game for some reason, Mike. From year to year, everybody forgets they can't park in certain lots. And they all try to get to these lots closest to the stadium. They can't park there. And they got to turn around, and it's a zoo. So my recommendation is get there early.
All right, well, there you go. Now, and by the way, people texting in, it seems that Nashville is the runaway winner for places that the listeners would like to go. Chicago is also on that list for an early Chicago September game. A lot of people texting in about how London's flights are so expensive. That's going to be interesting as the international games continue to expand. Hey, just be lucky that they didn't. Remember, originally they thought many people thought the Eagles were going to be playing in Australia. That did not end up happening, but they are going to London. So everybody plan accordingly. John McMullen, everybody. Of course, the NFL offseason will continue to keep our eye on the birds. John, appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, at JF McMullen. I got a text message here from Terry and Galloway I'm going to get to on the other side, so stick around for that. 609-403-0973. Adam Aaronson from Philly Voice Sixers. Adam will join me coming up at 3 o'clock, Phillies Fastball. Busy show. We're just getting started. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 253 Sports Bash. Terry Galloway says, I have a question. Let me ask you this. How many games are not on cable TV? Well, Terry, I have that answer for you. How many are not on cable TV? Pretty much all of them. They're all on network television. NBC, Fox, that's not really cable television. I guess you're mean regular television. Every game but one. The only game that is not on regular television is Christmas Eve. That game is on Amazon Prime. Everything else is on Fox, ESPN, CBS, NBC. One game is on the NFL Network. That will be the London game.
Although I think if you have ESPN Unlimited, you're supposed to have NFL Network now.
Those at Comcast Cable have NFL Network?
They do, but I think it's only if you have like the sports bundle thing that gets you like MLB Network, NHL Network, and all that stuff.
So to answer Terry and Galloway's question, if you're looking, there's only one game on a streaming service.
Right.
Christmas Eve is on Amazon Prime. Everything else is on ESPN, Fox, NBC, CBS, and then you have the one game on NFL Network. So, Terry, I hope that answered your question.
Don't forget the Prime is also put on network television.
That is true. So the game that's on Amazon Prime
will be on Fox.
That game would be, yes, shown locally on something, either Fox or ABC, or somebody picks that game up. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, Adam Aaronson, what's next for the Sixers? After he heard that press conference yesterday, did we learn anything about where this offseason could take us? We'll talk to Adam Aaronson. And don't forget this weekend, the PGA is on 97.3 ESPN. They're at Aronimink. And, of course, you can listen to it all starting Saturday right after Hanging with Henning at 3 o'clock. And on Sunday at 2 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN. We got you covered.
That is the question. And if I had the answer to that question, I'd actually just do it. I don't know if I need to tell you. I just do it. Or I look forward to partnering with leadership to get that answer. But you're asking the right question. But that's a question I think everybody's asking, right? Like, how do you not? And it's not to criticize an older player or praise a younger player. It's about how do we get past the second round? How do we get further? But that's what makes the job hard. That's what makes it gratifying. Is figuring if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. It's very hard to build these things and build them in the right way.
Bob Myers yesterday at the press conference, very hard to build things the right way. Well, what's step 1, step 2, step 3? Because it seems like this is going to be a multi-step process. Adam Aaronson covers the Sixers. PhillyVoice.com was on hand yesterday at that press conference, which I don't know that we learned a whole heck of a lot. Bob Myers, I will say this. While many people didn't like Daryl Morey, he was not the most relatable guy. Myers is a much more relatable guy. He probably is a guy that people would be like, all right, I'll give this guy a shot. He's won 4 championships, but let's see what his role might be and how things could be different. Adam Aaronson joins us now to break it all down. And Adam, you saw Bob Myers yesterday. What is your initial thought on what kind of impact and role? Is his role going to be bigger than maybe you thought, less than you thought after hearing him talk yesterday?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway I had from that press conference with Bob Myers and Josh Harris was that Bob Myers is going to be really involved within the Sixers, not just in the interim as he runs basketball operations and leads the search for Daryl Morey's replacement. He was not talking like someone who is going to make a hire and then sort of fade into the background and be someone we don't hear from again. It sounds like he is planning on being a critical part of the Sixers leadership group for the foreseeable future. And just the language that Bob and Josh Harris were using sort of speaks to that. Josh Harris said on multiple occasions, Bob Myers will oversee basketball. Bob Myers said, that whoever it is that we hire to replace Daryl Morey, people will be getting them plus me. And Bob said, I'll be involved in all the higher level decision making, like the draft and free agency and the trade deadline. And I won't necessarily be involved day to day, but I'll be in contact with whoever we hire on a daily basis. Sounds a lot like someone who's going to have a really crucial role making decisions for this team. And that was what I was most interested in seeing, is how this changes Bob Myers' role from, the last year or so. He's worked officially for Harris Blitzer Sports Entertainment, the Sixers ownership group, and he's sort of moved around across all the different, sports and teams that they're involved in. It seems like he's going to have a particular interest in the Sixers, which obviously makes sense given his history as an executive in the NBA.
Let's start with Morey. They part ways with him. Is he a fall guy, or was this a justifiable parting of ways?
I certainly think it was justifiable. Whether or not that means it's right is a longer conversation. Certainly justifiable when you look at, sort of, for lack of a better word, the mess the Sixers are in. And, there are a lot of good parts about the situation they're in. They have Tyrese Maxey at 25 and VJ Edgecombe at 20. They have most of their draft picks and some other draft picks from other teams moving forward. But they have, I would argue, the most onerous contract in the NBA in Joel Embiid, a 3-year supermax deal that's about to kick in. That's worth somewhere between, I think, $190 and $200 million. They've got another 2 years and about $110 million of Paul George, who, despite his surge after coming back from suspension late in the season, I think most would argue that is a negative value contract pretty clearly, and one of the more negative value contracts in the league. And ultimately, Morey handed out those 2 deals, and those 2 contracts are going to really handcuff the Sixers from a team building and roster construction perspective for the next 2 to 3 years. And Morey's responsible for that. So I think it's fair to say it's hard to envision this team reaching championship contention status in the near future, in part because of Embiid's, frequent unavailability. And we don't have the resources to change that because of these 2 contracts that Morey gave out, obviously one of them to Embiid. And so, is he a fall guy? Maybe. I don't think anybody would argue that Morey is solely responsible for what's gone on here over the last couple of years as, optimism around the Sixers has deteriorated. But clearly he was starting to lose grip of the job security that he once had over the last couple of years. And I was more surprised maybe that it was the specific permutation of Morey gone and Nick Nurse remains as head coach. That was, I always thought, the least likely of any possible combination of outcomes for those two guys. But I think it's understandable. Again, now the onus is on them to nail this hire, because say what you want about Daryl Morey. He's been the lead shot caller for an NBA team in 19 seasons and had one losing season out of those, and has a hell of a history drafting, particularly here in Philadelphia. So it's easier said than done to get someone with just that baseline ability to raise the floor of a team. But clearly he could not raise the ceiling of this team high enough, because, 6 years, never out of the second round. That's probably what he'll be remembered for most here.
Yeah, it's an interesting tenure, Adam, when you look at the fact that he did draft very well for the most part. I mean, he got guys, I was looking through the second round of the draft from a couple of years ago. There's 12 players that are still playing. One is Isaiah Joe. The other one's Paul Reed. Like he found 2 of the 12, and they are still in the league. So he has found guys at pick 3 and 20 and, all over the place. Bob Myers does not have a great drafting record here. So you wonder, when you look back at Morey, will he be ultimately most remembered, I guess, for the 2 decisions of George and Embiid, rather than many of the positive things that he was able to do when he first got here, getting out of a lot of bad deals, drafting some talent, but he just could not overcome those 2 contracts ultimately.
Yeah, I think that will be what he's remembered for, and how much of that, what is fair, and how much of that is how we as the people in Philadelphia remember, sports tenures and executives and whatnot. I don't know, but I think that's absolutely how he'll be remembered. I think he'll be remembered as someone that did not get this team over the top and had opportunities to. And look, he built teams that were good enough to get past the second round. You think back 3 years ago, that team that was up 3-2 on the Celtics, that's leading in the fourth quarter of Game 6 at home and chokes away that game. And then we all know what happened in Game 7 in Boston on Mother's Day. They've had really good teams, and Morey is partly responsible for that. Remember the situation the team was in when he got here, coming off that miserable 19-20 year with Al Horford, and he righted the ship, and they were the 1 seed basically immediately. So there are clearly good things that have happened here, but when James Harden demanded the trade in 2023, Daryl Morey decided that the plan was going to be to hold out until you could trade him for a good enough package of draft picks and expiring contracts. It would give them max cap space in the offseason in 24. They executed that. They got a deal from the Clippers that I think is aging well so far. Those picks look like they could be extremely valuable, at least to me. And that cap space set them up for Paul George. The issue is that Paul George so far has not looked like he was worth a max contract. The same summer they give Embiid the extension, and look, he was in the NBA when your best player is extension eligible. If you don't offer them the extension, they're going to ask for a trade. And certainly they would have been better off long-term had they traded Embiid then. Probably easier said than done to trade a 29, 30-year-old who was not even a year and a half removed from an NBA MVP. But that, when you really look at it, that string of transactions from the Harden trade, manufacturing that in a way that set up the cap space plan, signing George, extending Embiid as part of that, that is what doomed the Sixers, because now they have this top-heavy roster where the 2 of the 3 max contracts and the 2 biggest contracts on the team are guys that are not reliable to be available often enough to win enough games to pay off those deals. And in today's salary cap environment, you're just not going to create enough depth to get by if you have that much money invested in 2 guys that are not playing enough.
Talk with Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com. And I guess, the one question would be, if you're, as you mentioned, the Harden trade really hasn't, come to fruition yet. Those picks are going to come down the line. It almost, you beg the question, he gave out the 2 bad contracts. They haven't been able to get out of the second round. But I think your point is pretty well, though. Just because they didn't get out of the second round doesn't mean they didn't have the talent to get out of the second round. And that goes to a lot of other things here. Nick Nurse stays. What goes into that decision, in your opinion? Why is Nick not part of this?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, because, again, I think there's oftentimes a belief that when you're hiring a new executive, you'd be better off letting them hire your coach, because executives generally don't want to inherit a coach. I don't think this will be a major impediment as far as the executive search is concerned. Frankly, I think the more relevant question there is that person going to feel like they're actually the lead shot caller in the front office, or is that Bob Myers? But I'll just tell you this: Josh Harris was asked why Nick Nurse is still here, effectively, and he said the team played hard for Nick, and there were a lot of things that happened where there were various rosters that were available and weren't available. We were up tempo, and then we slowed it down, and he handled all that. Even in the playoffs, the team played hard. Nick's a championship coach. He's won a title. I think he's earned the right to be here. He's our coach moving forward into next season. I was surprised by it just because we've been talking about this for months. This roster is not all that flexible in terms of moves the Sixers can make in the offseason. The group of players that they have is going to look a lot like the group of players that got swept by the Knicks in the second round and the group that came back from a 3-1 deficit against the Celtics. But clearly that team did not have enough to really compete at the highest levels. And now you're going to have a group of largely the same players coached by the same person. And so I think the next question that the Sixers have to answer even internally before they answer it externally to somebody like me is, what can we actually do to make this team meaningfully better next year? Unless that's no longer the goal, unless the goal now is to pivot to a focus on, a forward-looking roster built around the timelines of Maxey and Edgecombe and sort of cutting your losses and understanding that the Embiid and George contracts are not going to lead to championship contention. So there are a lot of decisions that the Sixers have to make internally that Bob Myers was open about, like, hey, we're working through this. These changes were made at the time of the press conference, not even 48 hours ago. And he had to, talk with the staff and talk to candidates and figure out what path forward this franchise is actually going to take. But that's going to determine a lot about the roster build moving forward. And I think, Nurse's future sort of hangs in the balance as a result of that.
Josh Harris, Adam, said that we look forward to welcoming him back to our team when asked about Joel Embiid. Was that a ringing endorsement? Is that an endorsement at all? Is that a fait accompli that they are anticipating Joel Embiid to come back?
Yeah, I did not flag anything that I would characterize as a ringing endorsement of Embiid from Harris or Myers yesterday, but I don't really think that it matters that much because, again, I just don't think that contract is movable. I see now some, sort of mock trade ideas floating around, and I understand the temptation. I just really struggle to imagine any team being willing to say, hey, you know what we should do for the next 3 years? We should pay almost $200 million to a guy who, how many regular season games do people expect Embiid to play over the life of this Supermax deal? Like over 3 years, is he going to play 140 games even? Like, I don't know. I don't even know what the line would be. Certainly it would not be high enough to make somebody think this is a worthwhile investment of this much money in a salary cap environment where one bad contract that's not even close to that magnitude can doom a roster construction. If you have Embiid and he doesn't play at the money that he's making, you just have no chance of competing seriously. And I just think it's going to be really hard to fathom a team taking that on unless the Sixers really give up a ton of assets to get off the deal and take back a bunch of bad money. And maybe they decide that's what they want to do because they feel like they're handcuffed and they feel like they're in limbo, but remains easier said than done to me. I expect Embiid to remain on the Sixers this season, this upcoming season, and moving forward. And I don't really think that anything that Josh Harris or Bob Myers could have said yesterday would have changed that belief for me.
Yes, you talked about mock trades and all these things. Salary dump stuff, taking on one bad contract. It seemingly, you would have to really find a team that's just looking at Embiid as an attraction, right? That's essentially, hey, we need to sell some tickets. Let's see if we can excite the fans. I can't imagine, other than that, you're getting anybody to take on that deal. What about Paul George?
Yeah, and I would just add to your Embiid point, how much of an attraction to sell tickets can he be if he's not playing in games as often as he's not playing in games? Look at what has happened with the Sixers in recent years. It's been I've seen it. The atmospheres in the arena, the crowds there are not as good these days, in part because most times that you go to the game, if you're walking into the building at 6:15 and you check the injury report, Joel is probably still listed as questionable. And I think people get tired of dealing with that. As far as Paul George is concerned, it's another one that it's another deal that would be hard to trade. I don't think impossible because he did play quite well and in a role that really can it's very portable to any roster. And like, could I see it? Maybe. I definitely wouldn't bet on it happening, the Sixers finding a taker on him. What I would say is we're a year away from him being one of the biggest expiring contracts in the history of the NBA, and that could be a useful tool in a trade, whether that means it's the Sixers using his expiring contract to get a new star to build around that maybe fits the Maxey Edgecombe timeline better, or just this money's going to come off our books and we're going to potentially have cap space to play with depending on what happens elsewhere on the roster. I would not be completely floored if the Sixers found a taker on Paul George, and I think that's probably the one lever they could theoretically pull that introduces some legitimate change to their roster in a meaningful way. But I would be pretty surprised by it.
You take a look at some of the things that they, discussed yesterday, and when you really look at the big picture, as you said, they don't really have a lot of moves here. He talked about depth, and you wonder, 3 of their guys are free agents of the 8 guys they did trust. How do you even attempt, Adam, to try to change anything on this team? Do you just let Oubre, Grimes, and Drummond walk to say you did something different? I don't even know how they would be replaceable. This free agent class is not great. So do you just try to run back continuity and sell that? How do you play the depth piece here?
Yeah, well, barring a trade of someone like Paul George, I think they have really 2 options. They could re-sign Oubre and Grimes and probably get one more sort of marginal piece somewhere in the, $5 to $6 million range. I don't have all the numbers with their cap sheet in front of me right now. Or you could maybe let those guys walk. You could open up the non-taxpayers mid-level exception. That could be up to 4 years, and I believe $62 million this year. That could go to one player, and people will point to someone like Ayo Dosunmu, who's been a huge difference maker for the Timberwolves. And that's a possibility. It could also be split among multiple players. Maybe you find 2 different guys in the $7.5 million range that you think are better fits than Oubre and Grimes. You could keep one of those 2 and sign one guy maybe in the, $8 million range and stay under the first apron. Again, all these numbers are somewhat inexact off the top of my head, but they don't have a ton of great optionality as far as depth is concerned. And they might be looking at a scenario where they say, well, we can let, Oubre and Grimes walk to sign 2 different players and say, hey, look, we're different and our depth is different. But that doesn't inherently mean that their depth is better. And so that's going to be the balance that they have to strike, is actually finding something that's better. And as miserable as it might be for people here to look at basically the same roster, quote unquote, have them run it back. If they look at the available free agents and the price tags of certain guys and say, we can either have Grimes and Oubre for a combined, let's call it $20 million, or we could have 2 guys that are not as good for $20 million. They shouldn't take the guys who aren't as good just because they're different guys. Like that. I mean, I know it sounds simple and it's probably frustrating to hear because I think everybody wants to see change with this team, but they just might not have the option. And again, when at the beginning of this, we talked about Morey and those contracts handcuffing them. This is that in action. It's not just, and B's not playing again. Think about how much they're paying this guy. When you look at the rest of the roster and you look at guys that are not necessarily qualified for the roles they're in, that is those 2 contracts in action, because it devastates the ability of the team to create any sort of reliable depth.
Last one I want to get your reaction to is Josh Harris indicated that the luxury tax has never been a problem. The actions speak louder than words on this one, and the actions have said otherwise. Bob Myers tried to really hammer it home by saying if it was a problem, I wouldn't be here. What do you make of what he said and what we've seen during his tenure?
What I would make of that is that no owner, at least that I could think of, is going to openly admit that they are routinely hoping that or telling their front office, instructing their front office to get under the luxury tax for their own financial savings, because again, there's no basketball roster building advantage to being under the tax threshold. It's purely a financial motivation. No owner will admit to that. Actions speak louder than words. We have seen the Sixers start the season above the tax line and maneuver under it repeatedly in recent years. It is one thing, I will say, anytime a team enters the trade deadline in the NBA, a few $1 million over the tax, they're going to get under it. It's just easy enough. The minimum contract in the NBA this year was $2.3 million. It's not that hard to get rid of somebody. And when Paul George got suspended and the Sixers got a luxury tax credit of over $6 million, they were suddenly within arm's reach of it. And so it made sense at that point to get under it. But if Paul George didn't get suspended, it would have taken the Sixers trading Kelly Oubre to get under. And imagine, as brutal as this depth has been, as it was in the Knicks series, and as much as we've sort of belabored the point that it's not enough, imagine what it would have been like if they didn't even have Kelly Oubre. Like, they would be starting Justin Edwards, they would be starting Quentin Grimes, and literally not have a backup guard. It is confounding. So, look, I'm not surprised that he said it. I'm not surprised that Bob Myers repeated Josh's point. The Sixers ownership group has paid a luxury tax bill in the past. It would not be the first time if they do it in a future season. I'm sure that if a perfect scenario came together where the Sixers could make a move that makes them a championship contending team, that he would greenlight it. The question is, would he even greenlight it to make them go from, a decent team to a very good team? Because that's probably the best case scenario as far as this group's upward mobility is concerned.
Adam Aaronson, everybody, at Sixers Adam. Follow him all offseason. This one should be a doozy. Pick 22. We'll see who makes that pick. That will be another interesting dynamic. Who's the person who will get credit or no credit for this pick here that is coming up, the coach? Because the Maxey pick has somewhat been cloudy, too, that whether Brand was responsible for that or Morey was the one that picked Maxey. It came right when Morey was just getting here. So we'll see another layer of that happening this year. Pick 22 offseason at Sixers Adam. Adam, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Sounds good. Thank you for having me.
Adam Aaronson at Sixers Adam, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. I could talk Sixers and just kind of chop it up with him on the Sixers all day long. He's got such good information and insight on this team, and as this offseason goes on, we'll see what's next. But that's the challenge. They are in total run-it-back mode. There is no outs here. There are no way to get out of those deals. We gave you 4 options to try to trade Embiid yesterday. You can go to 973ESPN.com and read what they were. We posted them on our website. Check them out. Those are the type of deals you're looking at. I don't know if any of them excite you. Let me know. When we come back, the Phillies win last night. It was a Schwarber and a pitching matchup and an interesting series this weekend. We're going to get into it all with the guys. It's our Phillies Fastball segment coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. 3:29. Don't forget, we'll be at Ventnor Social on Wednesday. They bring you the Phillies fastball segment. Place to go to catch every Phillies game. Ventnor Social, good series against the Pirates this weekend. Phils win last night 3-1. 3 runs in the 8th. 2-run homer by Schwarber. Boston scores 1 in the bottom half of the 8th. Good pitching matchup last night. Ranger, 6 1/3, 8 strikeouts. Luzardo, 6 innings, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. An old-fashioned pitching duel. We'll start with you, Jeff Kerr. Luzardo, you've been critical of Luzardo, but he went pitch for pitch last night. 92 pitches for Luzardo, 76 pitches for Luzardo. A good old-fashioned pitching duel last night there, Jeff.
I loved watching that game last night. I loved watching Ranger Suarez get out of that bases loaded jam in the 5th. I loved watching Jesus Luzardo kind of do his thing and justify why we think that he should be getting paid what he's getting paid. I mean, Jesus Luzardo was awesome. I thought Ranger Suarez was awesome. Kyle Schwarber was even more awesome. The guy's on pace for 66 home runs this year. This is just a crazy game. It was one of those games like the Phillies could have won, the Red Sox could have won. I'm glad the Phillies were able to pull it off, and 5 series now under Don Mattingly, and they won all 5. This is huge going into this weekend. Oscar mentioned this before the show. This Pirate series is going to be huge.
Yeah, we got a pitching matchup we were going to talk about in that one coming up. But, Oscar, what was, stood out about the game last night? Because as Jeff has been critical of Luzardo, what did you like about Luzardo last night?
Yeah, I mean, Luzardo was Luzardo. I mean, the Luzardo that we know what he's capable of doing. I mean, pitching around the strike zone, moving his pitches, using sweeper. He did a really, really nice job yesterday. But you got to give it to Ranger, guys. I mean, to me, one of the delights of baseball is watching Ranger Suarez move that ball, basically put hitters in a place where, I mean, this guy doesn't throw more than 91, 92 miles an hour. And he's just so crafty. The ability to use the entire plate, the ability to use speed. I mean, I know it's a light version, but Greg Maddux, I mean, that guy's, he's incredible, man. To me, the art of pitching is, when I hear the art of pitching, Ranger Suarez nowadays comes to mind because he could be any one of us just throwing it out there. It's just the ability to move the ball around. And, I mean, look at Schwarber. Schwarber couldn't do anything. I mean, he was throwing fastballs in the middle of the plate that they couldn't get to it because of all the other junk that he throws around.
Well, last night, right, as you mentioned, he had 8 strikeouts in the game, and that's something that we should kind of zone in on is Schwarber strikes out 3 times. Trey Turner, Jeff, you talked about his struggles. 2 strikeouts last night, down to 233. On base percentage, 284. I mean, to put it in perspective, Alec Boehm, who's hitting 194, his on-base percentage is 256. I mean, Turner and Boehm aren't too far off right now with their batting averages and on-base percentage. When does this start to become a little bit of an issue? I saw you tweeting with somebody on the social media machine over there. They're wondering, like, what do you do with Turner? Your response was, well, you don't really have another answer. But for how long can you not have an answer? How long can they let Turner at the top of the order struggle like this?
That's the thing. I don't know. I think you got to give it another 20, 40 games, honestly, because look at your options. You could put Kyle Schwarber there, but why would you want to take him out of the 2-hole? I mean, look what he's doing out of the 2-hole. You can't do that. Maybe Bryce Harper. I don't know. Would you want to go lefty-lefty? Someone mentioned Brandon Marsh. I agreed with him, but lefty-lefty, like we talked about on the show yesterday. You don't have any options here. It's really bad. Like, you would love to see Bryson Stott do it. 221, 632 OPS.
Lefty.
That's pretty much, lefty. Pretty much what he is. And Mundo Sosa can't do it. Justin Crawford, lefty. You don't have an option. This is your option unless you want to put Kyle Schwarber at leadoff, and I just don't think they want to do that.
Oscar, do you have a thought for leadoff, or do you just stick with Turner?
I think you have to stick with Turner. Look, I've said it all along the entire year, and I continue to say it. I've said it last year. This team wins games because of the home run ball. This team is a streaky team. It requires Schwarber and Harper to hit home runs for them. I mean, we said it yesterday. I mean, look how we won the game. I mean, look at the amount of strikeout, guys. 14 strikeouts, 1 base on balls. That, to me, it speaks about the lack of discipline at the plate. I mean, just chasing balls outside of the zone. And that's what you have. I mean, look, I do believe Turner will turn it around at some point. I mean, hopefully it's sooner rather than later. I mean, we're the 25 or whatever, maybe almost 30% game mark by now, game 44. But look, it's Turner, and you don't have any other option. I mean, that's. I mean, Jeff said you want to put Schwarber first and Turner second. I mean, it's not going to make a huge difference. He just needs to wake up. He needs to make contact. I mean, Ramuto had a base hit yesterday, which was beautiful.
The one to right field. Yeah, that was a great hit.
What Trey Turner needs to do. That's what Alec Baum needs to do.
Turner did have the base hit in I guess it was the ninth. He did hit the ball to right field, and I said the same thing as you're just saying, Oscar. Hey, Turner, there you go. Take the ball to right field. Just put it through the hole. Get yourself on base and use your speed.
Look, there's two guys that are going to have or three, maybe I'll add Garcia to that list, that are going to be your bombers, the guys that need to go and hit the home runs. The other guys, what they need to do is get on base. That's it. That's your job. Your job is one, get on base. We don't need you to produce runs. We don't need you to just get on base and let the big guys do their part.
Well, the big guy did his part last night. It was Schwarber. He hit the home run, the 2-run bomb in the 8th inning. But that's really all the offense. And I guess we all know going into the season, guys, they need a right-handed bat. But Adolis Garcia, same question with Turner. How long can they keep him? 2 strikeouts. He's facing a lefty. He's 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. He's down to 222, a 634 OPS. I mean, you got a big hole at the top of the lineup, and now in the middle of the lineup, you've always had this hole, but neither one seem to have an answer.
No, and that's
you have holes everywhere. I mean,
yeah. But how do you fix these holes? Like, who do you put in for Adolis Garcia? Who in the minor leagues is taking that job?
Nobody.
Otto Kemp? Yeah, like
it's a mindset,
that's your
guys.
option.
It to me is a mindset. It has to look. As I said before, you just need to make you cannot have 14 strikeouts on one base on ball. That's ridiculous.
By the way, you take a look at mindset, Jeff. You just said a word, and I have it in my notes here. What is the mindset of this team that 5 straight series wins, 7 out of 10, they just keep winning, and you look at the standings, they haven't made a dent. They're still 9 games out in the National League East, and you wonder, the mindset of this team is we're playing really good, and we can't gain any ground right here. Is that tough to deal with?
I don't think so, because they're getting back in Oscar's famous graph, the wild card race, right? You know, you have to keep winning series. 6 teams from this league make the playoffs. I know. Look, in my opinion, I thought they lost the division last month when Rob Thompson was manager. I don't think they're going to win the division.
This says it all, guys. I mean, this team is expecting to win. It's expected to be 9 games behind the Braves at 85 and 77. We're going to make the playoffs. Hopefully we can run it back like 2022 and 23, where we make it far in the postseason.
Also, the way they're playing, that's not an 85 win pace. The way they're playing, I mean, honestly, the way they've been playing, I wouldn't be surprised they won 89, 90 games right now. Would you?
Well, I will tell you this. One thing that is making me feel better, the offense is the offense. It's one of the reasons at the beginning of the year that I had this team winning. I said 98 games, which might have been a little aggressive, but my reasoning was the offense is no surprise to me. It's up, it's down, it's all around. The starting pitching I felt would be very good. The pitching got off to a slow start, but now the starting pitching is starting to be a strength of this team again. But I really thought the bullpen was going to be significantly better than last year's bullpen and would allow them to win a lot of games that they lost last year with Jordan Romano and, just different guys trying to close games out and not getting the job done. You figure you got Duran and Keller and Alvarado. Well, Keller did not perform very well early. Alvarado had struggled. Keller's starting to turn things around a little bit.
Keller looked good last night.
Keller is in green now.
Keller is starting to look like the guy that you signed with just an overpowering fastball and movement. And now Alvarado's had a couple of outings where you're starting to feel good about him. And then you couple that with Kerkering, with the way he's got off to a good start. Now this bullpen makes you feel like, late leads, this is going to be a tough team to beat. The problem is you got to get those leads.
Yeah, the pitching is normalized. I believe that. And I think it's huge for a baseball team and their confidence, where you don't know what you're getting out of Andrew Painter right now, right? 8 starts in. They did not throw Andrew Perry did not throw a lot of fastballs, a lot of sinkers on Wednesday night. He threw a lot of his breaking balls that teams are having trouble hitting. We broke this down on the show the other day. And look what he gave them. 5 grade. Jesus Luzardo looked like Jesus Luzardo. That's a wild card too, because you don't know when the blow-up inning's coming, if it's coming. And if it doesn't come, you're set, right? I mean, Oscar's got the stats right here. Aaron Nola's been a little better, but when you get starts on a Painter and Luzardo like that, and now you got it going into the weekend, Aaron Nola, Christopher Sanchez, and Zach Wheeler, you feel pretty good about your team and that they can win any series that they're in right now.
Yeah, we're winning because of our pitching. I mean, our hitting has been so inconsistent. And again, it's a hero ball, right? Schwarber home run, Harper home run. I mean, Crawford has been a pleasant surprise to me in terms of producing a couple of game-winning hits. Or actually, one was an infield hit, which was interesting. But look,
how about Crawford the other night? He showed a little, he hit the home run the other night to right field, but he hit the home run to dead center field in the game the other night. I mean, that shows you that maybe there's some power a little bit more, that maybe he could be a guy that hits you like 7 to 10 home runs and utilizes some power. I thought that was pretty eye-opening to see Crawford go dead center at Wrigley.
I mean, every home run that you get from him is an added bonus, but it's not who he is, right? I mean, I want to see. I'm much more interested in Crawford getting on base. 341, it's okay. I mean, that's kind of the average in MLB. 341 in terms of base percentage. I want to see more stolen bases. I want him to create. This team needs to find a way to create runs more than expecting a home run, which we know will hit those home runs, but. And we're 10th or whatever right now, 12 in baseball in terms of extra base hits. This team requires to produce more runs. And outside of Schwarber,
yes. I think it's like Jalen Hurts throwing the ball in the middle of the field. That's what I'm going to compare it to. I think it's square peg in the round hole. I don't know if they have the guys that can do that.
I don't either, but I mean, you have. I mean, look, you cannot expect everything to be a home run. Look, we were lucky to win this series, right? We won 2-1 the first game. We lost 3-1 the second game, and we won yesterday 3-1. It's not enough production. This guy is 20. This team is 26. I mean, in terms of run production, you have to significantly improve. Our pitching has significantly.
I don't think this offense is going to significantly improve. That's the thing. I think this is what we're going to see the rest of the year.
And it's going to be painful. So you're not going to win 90 games. There's no way you win 90 games.
You know what, Oscar? There's only one guy improving. Boom. That's it.
Yeah, the offense, and by the way, let's get into the weekend.
Turner.
The Pirates.
I believe in Turner. We're going to get a much better version of Turner.
I do too, but based on what we're seeing right now, Bohm is the one that's gotten better. Stott has been Stott. Real Muto, who knows what you're getting. So I'm a little disappointed, but he don't play every day, so I can't really get on him for that.
No, I agree with the Bohm. He's starting to come around a little bit here. It's been well documented. He had a terrible April. His May last year was very good, and he has been a pretty good guy consistently. If Bohm can get himself up to like 285, that means there's a hot streak coming here that we'll see. I do agree.
He'll carry this team.
One question is, can Marsh stay this hot? I mean, the guy's hitting 340 with a 368. That ain't going to last. I got news for you, boys.
He's a 280 hitter, 270, 280
and
hitter.
If he's a 280 hitter, Oscar, that means a very cold streak has got to be in there.
He's cool.
I mean,
he's kind of
he
cool
is a hitter like that. I mean, he might hit 300 this year because of how hot he started. I mean, it's a quarter of the season in. So, look, it's painful, guys. I mean, I'm not gonna. There's no other way to look at it. The hitting on this team is painful. I think there's a big decision that needs to be made in the next, 6 weeks. Alec Bohm. If Alec Bohm continues hitting this way, DeBrusque is going to bring a third baseman during the trading deadline. I can guarantee you that. I mean, you cannot continue this production. I mean, it's not you can swallow it because of his defense and what he brings.
You can platoon him.
Yeah, you can platoon him with Sosa, but Alec Bohm, I'm telling you, if Alec Bohm continues hitting this way, we're going to have a third baseman for the stretch run.
Alec Bohm in the month of May, 11 games, is hitting 311 with a 366 on base, a 500 slug, and an 866 OPS.
That's good enough. It's good enough. Yep.
Yeah, and that's over the 11 games.
I'll tell you what I'm concerned about. JT
and a ground ball
Realmuto.
yesterday that went behind his glove. I mean, look, whatever it is, I just don't trust the park right now. I mean, I haven't seen it.
This is just what I believe. This is what you have. This is what you got to deal with. And everybody's like trying to find a solution. I'm like, there is no solution. Dante Nori is not the solution right now. Brian Rincon is not the solution right now. Not right now. We're talking 2026.
It's not in the minors.
Yeah, they don't have the fact that Aiden Miller is not capable right now.
That's what
we don't
sucks.
know. We don't know the answer to that. Whether he would have been healthy and if he was hitting, would the Phillies have made a decision to bring him up with Bohm struggling? Now, as we just said, Bohm in May, 11 games, he has been productive. So we'll see if that keeps going. Guys, let's look ahead to this Pirates series because this isn't your same old Pirates. They do have some very good pitching. They got some young talent on this team that are over 500. Braxton Ashcroft will pitch tonight for the Buccos. At least 7 innings, no more than 1 run allowed in his last 2 starts. No pitcher in baseball has done it 3 straight times. But if you want to do it 3 straight times, this would be the offense to do it against, you would think.
I don't have an answer
Who
for
wants
that.
to laugh first?
I don't have an answer for that.
Well, I will tell you, entering this game tonight, Bryce Harper, 1 for 12, 4 strikeouts in his last 3 games. He's 4 for 25 in his last 8 games. But against the Pirates last season, he hit 600. So maybe this is when Harper starts coming around. And we know Schwarber has 7 homers in his last 7 games. Well, they're going to need him in this series because you're going to face good pitching.
I'm gonna go on a mini rant right now.
Oh boy!
And
Hey,
here's
Jeff
the thing.
Kerr mini rant, everybody. Here we go.
I agree with a lot of fans about they haven't played anybody. I don't want to hear it if you beat the Pirates this weekend and say, "Oh, it's the Pirates," because I'm looking at that record right there. No, that's an over 500 team. Don't be moving the goalpost. Don't.
Well, I'll give you this, Jeff. The Phillies have lost 3 straight, 7 of 8 at PNC Park. They
don't play well there. They
are the worst team in baseball at PNC Park by a National League team. They are 29-46 all time at PNC Park. So this has not been a good spot for them.
Let me give you the only guarantee to this series. Christopher Sanchez winning game 2. Game 3 is going to be a duel. I mean, between Wheeler and Skeens. I hope Wheeler comes on top. It's not going to be easy. And today's game, I think Ashcroft is a better pitcher than Nola right now.
I think the Pirates have the matchup. I think the Pirates have the advantage in game 1. I think the Phillies have the advantage in game 2. And Sunday, it's a free for all. Let's see what they do against the best pitcher in baseball.
Sunday, we're going to be in Dover, right, Jeff?
By the way, Friday night, tonight you got Nolan Ashcroft. Tomorrow is a Saturday afternoon game. It is Sanchez and Bubba Chandler, who, by the way, Chandler, a young guy, but a very highly touted prospect.
Very talented pitcher. Very talented.
Right, who has struggled this season, but he's the kind of guy that can spin a gem at any time. And then, of course, you got Skeens on Sunday.
Look at Nola's numbers. Look at Nola's numbers at PNC. 5.23, 1-3 with a 5.23 ERA. So, look, let's hold, and then look. Ashcroft has only pitched 1 inning again, 1.1 innings against the Phillies in his career, and he's 3.18 at PNC. So, Nola needs to be Nola for us to be able to win.
I know it's May. I know it's only May. 14th. The Pirates have the look of a playoff team from the games I've watched. May 15th,
by the way.
Yeah, May 15th.
It feels like July, by the way.
It does. Yeah. Well, not right now. If you've been watching the PGA Championship, it does not feel like July.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair on the Pirates, they made some moves this offseason. They said, you know what, we have good pitching. Let's get a couple veteran offensive players that can maybe make us a little bit more of a contender. And that's a wide open.
Players for Kyle Schwarber. I was told that they did make an offer.
Well, there you go. So they tried, and look, they did go out and get, Ryan O'Hearn, a veteran player.
They got Lowe, and they have they got Marcelo Ozuna.
Yep, and that's 3 guys. Ozuna, a big-time power hitter for them in the middle of the order. He hasn't really produced, to be fair, but O'Hearn has been very good for them. Yeah, and Lau is also has been 350 on base for them. So
Well, Hearn doesn't hit lefties, so that's an area that I think particularly Saturday is going to help the Phillies with Christopher on the mound. But look, this is not going to be an easy series. Now, by the way, they're 24-20. And remember, we are. I mean, as of last that I checked, we're 2-11 against winning teams. So teams above 500.
So exactly. That brings my point. But I don't want people to move the goalpost because it's the Pirates. No, they're a good team.
Well, I will say this. You are facing 3 good pitchers in this series against Pittsburgh, so you're going to have to earn some wins. Should be an interesting series this weekend at the beautiful PNC Park. I was there a couple of years ago. I saw the Phillies lose all 3 games. I think they got swept when they were there a couple of years ago. I went out there. Phillies and Pirates this weekend. Oscar and Jeff, we will have Phillies fastball right back here on the Sports Bash on Monday. Guys, have a great weekend.
Great weekend. Go Phils.
All right, boys. Good stuff as always. Thanks to Oscar and Jeff for today's Phillies fastball. And Phillies in Pittsburgh, where I told you the worst team in the National League. They are the worst team in the National League at PNC Park. I haven't seen a Phillies lineup out yet today. I feel like the lineups have been getting out a little later. It used to be right around 3 o'clock-ish when the lineup would come out. I haven't really seen the lineups at a very prompt time here recently.
It's not Mattingly's fault.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, just got it. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, Stott, Sosa in left, Crawford, Stubbs catching, Nola on the mound. There you go. Phillies lineup right there. Brought to you by Ventnor Social, everybody. Come on out to Ventnor Social on Wednesday for our Phillies our Phillies day game watch party. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by our friends at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Check them out for all the big sports action, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget, live entertainment, Matt Rife, Friday, July 24th, July 25th. Joey Diaz on Friday, August 7th. And Sebastian Maniscalco, September 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. And the 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th. Lenny Kravitz tomorrow night. I'll be at the Kravitz Show tomorrow night. Anybody going up to Ocean for Lenny Kravitz tomorrow night? Adam Caplan will be here to talk a little Eagles. Their schedule is out. And don't forget, tonight at 5:30, it is the first Friday 5 of the offseason. I'll give you my 5 favorite games, Week 1 games. The way the Friday 5 works in the offseason, each and every Friday at 5:30, I will give you the 5 games I'm looking forward to the most. And then when that week pops up during the regular season, we will check back to see if those games were, in fact, the best games of the weekend. And obviously, Week 1 a little easier. You know, we don't have anything to go off. So Week 1, my Friday 5 should be exactly the same, but maybe by week 2, 3, 4, 5, things change. And we know by the time we get to the middle of the season, everything kind of changes there. And we'll do the Friday 5 tonight, my 5 favorite Week 1 games. Next Friday, we'll do my 5 favorite Week 2 games, and then so on and so forth. We'll check back on them during the regular season. Right now, we're going to take a look at the news and notes from Adam Caplan, some of the things that stood out to him with the Eagles' schedule, which started to drip and drab yesterday all throughout the day. And now, Adam, we know when, why, how, where, and what time. And it's a doozy, man. They're all over the place. 8 standalone games.
Yeah, and Mike, look, the situation with the Eagles is this from a league standpoint. The NFL believes the Eagles are what we call a national team. I've talked about this before. They have a really good national following, and as long as they're not really bad a season before, like in 2020, they're going to be on prime time a lot. So what happened after Peterson was fired after the 2020 season? They only got 2 primetime games for Nick Sirianni's first season. Well, they made the playoffs. The league's always liked them. They put them on primetime 5 times, 23 6 times, 24 4 times. Last year 5 times, and this year 5 times. So they're a national team. They're very, very popular. To me, they're a top 5 team when you talk about national exposure. And not only that, Mike, this is an incredible fact. Nobody's played more Monday Night Football games since 2000 than the Eagles. They played in 44. That's hard to believe.
Very popular. Yes, we know primetime games, but now you got all these other standalone games. You've got Christmas Eve and you've got Thanksgiving. We'll get into all that. But 5 primetimes games. This is the obvious that during the Sirianni era, the networks want to see the Eagles on the screen.
Yeah, and part of that is, Mike, it's as I said, have you do you have a history of winning? Are you consistent? Do you become a flash in the pan? No. You look at the Andy Reid, Joe Banner time, what they worked together when Andy came in here in '99 and turned things around. Well, again, since 2000, the Eagles have been on Monday Night Football 44 times. So the networks have absolute confidence, and the schedule makers, Mike North and his group, they made it pretty clear that if you're a consistent winner, you're going to be on primetime. Now, this is why we have flex scheduling. Well, there are times, Mike, as you know, if the team is worse than if they thought you're going to be really good, and you're in primetime, if you're on the primetime schedule 5 to 6 times, you could be flexed out of it. Remember Denver in 2022, and I was wrong on it. I thought that Russell Wilson would be really good year 1. Oops. So they took him out of a bunch of primetime games. So it's all relative to the history of the team. And look, if you have a setback, the next season you're not going to be on primetime. And also, the reason why they flex scheduling, there are years that nobody knows about a team. Like when Washington came out of the blue 2 years ago, well, the league, they wanted to make sure that they scheduled them to get them on primetime. Well, last year, they sucked. They were hurt. They had the oldest team in the National Football League, and that's why they're not on as many primetime games. So it's consistency. The league takes notice, and that's why the Eagles again have 5 primetime games. And by the way, could have more. They're allowed to.
Yes, they can get flexed into a primetime game as well. They're going to have the bye. Many people thought when the London game was announced that they would have the bye in Week 6. That is not the case, Adam. The bye is in Week 10.
All right, so I remember the league explaining this to us on their national call. The NFL, you get a choice. Do you want to have your bye after the international game or not? I'm guessing, Mike, because I don't know this, but I can't imagine that they would not, by choice, they may have decided, and there's some travel analytical data that says that after England, sometimes you want to play the next week and you don't want to have your bye then. I know you're allowed to choose that. That the league has made that clear. You could request it to not have your bye after your international game. And this is, by the way, the third international game, Week 5 at the Jaguars. This game is in London. And by the way, the Jaguars, they are not going to be playing any home games this year in their stadium as it's getting renovated. So they're going to play in Campus World Stadium in Orlando. And, of course, Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, he owns a soccer team in England, and they have, they usually have a few games in London anyway. So, and
they're playing back to back out there this year.
Yeah, and by the way, Dallas in 2018, Dallas Goedert. I'd have to look at it. I think he might have scored in that game. I just remember him playing well in that London game in 2018. I think, although one of those games he got hurt, unfortunately. But in 2018, Mike, we started to see that was the year after the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2017, and that was when Dallas Goedert was drafted in the second round. And that 2018 team was interesting because that's the year that Wentz had the back fracture. It's just that honestly, Wentz actually played well that season, but he had trouble throwing the ball downfield, and that was a very interesting season. That was also the year that the Eagles only had 5 draft picks, but got them all right, including Dallas Goedert.
All right, so the bye week is Week 10, and that is one that the coaches like this. They like a later one or an early one?
No, they would rather have it later. Now, the way it's explained to me is they love it. Coaches around the NFL would love it if it's mid-season. Well, it's almost mid-season, Mike, because you've got 18 weeks, 17 games, and it's Week 10. That's not bad. And if you had your choice, you'd rather have it, as I was told, later in the season, not earlier in the season. The worst is if you have it in like Week 4 or 5. That's just too early because you'd rather have it later because your team is tired. You like to get them off their feet. So you've got that situation. So, and by the way, Mike, if you look at the toughest stretch, remember in 2023, they had that incredible, we call it the gauntlet of 6 straight games where it was unbelievably difficult. The toughest stretches are in weeks 3 through 5 at Chicago, home against the Rams. That's, by the way, that Rams game's 1 o'clock. How about that game? 1 o'clock Eastern. So that's like a 10 a.m. game for the Rams. And the London game in week 5, which we talked about. And then weeks 15 through 17, on that odd Saturday game, when was the last time you saw the Eagles play at 5 p.m. Eastern? Like, that is weird.
Josh said that to me yesterday when those things started to leak out, and I said, 5 o'clock? Like, what are you talking about? Saturday at 5 o'clock is such a weird time.
Yep. Then they play the Texans. The Texans are going to be elite defensively. How good their offense is remains to be seen. And then, as you explained to me also, you really want to have your West Coast games. You could request it, but the league can only honor so much. You'd rather have them earlier in the season. That game is in week 17 at the Niners. That look, traveling 3 time zones.
Yeah.
And that I've taken that flight. That's a 6-hour flight from Philly to SFO. So that's a pain in the ass flight. Don't like that one.
Yeah, Andrew Brandt talked about it on his podcast, what teams look for. He said, off-schedule games, Thursday night, holidays, Monday night, Sundays, in that order, and their opponents before and then after those games, and then warm weather games early in the season, cold weather games late in the season, and then their divisional opponent game timing. And that's an interesting one because they have Dallas, Washington, New York, back to back to back leading into their bye week there. So they have that division. I think last year they had the divisions late in the year. This time they're getting them kind of right there in the middle with Dallas, Washington, and New York before the bye.
Oh, Mike, one thing I want to add from the league call. So they told us over the years that while the media and the fans would love to have the game, the division games, the Final Four be divisional games, the league's partner says what they really care about is they want competition. They don't care if it's a divisional rivalry, particularly if let's say it's the Eagles who are very good, but Washington's really bad that season. They don't want that game. If they don't feel good about that game, then the partners, whether it's CBS, Fox, Amazon now, obviously Netflix, they want
YouTube.
They want great games. They just do.
Yeah, YouTube. Don't forget about them. The Eagles will be playing, by the way, on YouTube. They will be playing on Christmas Eve. That will be a NFL, an Amazon Prime game, I should say.
Yeah. YouTube. Well, YouTube's the NFL ticket, but. Yeah, it's it's a shame though. I'm not one to complain, but that you got to spend so much money to get all these streaming services. Look, we just saw this with the Sixers. I don't have YouTube TV, so I got shut out for not having NBC Sports Network,
gotcha.
Which went away for years. Now it's coming back, so that's just the way it is, and we got to live with it.
Yeah, for the people out there, the Eagles are playing on Thanksgiving this year and on Christmas Eve. So you have two kind of holiday games there. And then the only game that is not scheduled is Week 18, which is normal, against the New York Giants. I want to get your take on that real quick. They're going to play the Giants in Week 9 and then at the end of the year. I'm seeing people that are starting to pick the Giants as one of those teams that didn't make the playoffs from one year and that they could be the team that makes it always happens, the teams that goes from
every year,
first
to first.
Are the Giants – will that Week 18 game matter?
So, Mike, this is the way I would answer it. As I told you when we did the over-unders, I'm bullish on John Harbaugh and the Giants. I really am. I believe they're going to surprise a lot of people. I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team, but they're going to be better. They're going to be better than,
I agree.
Than the odds makers think. Now, who's going to be that breakout? The team that I got to look at their over-under total, so I don't know it offhand. But I believe the Titans are going to be better than people think.
I was going to say, are you humping on? I'm starting to see people jump on this Titans train.
Yeah, well, I look, Brian Dable's not a good head coach, but he's a really good coordinator. I love the way he coaches quarterbacks. Robert Saleh I think he's a good head coach, not great. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do there.
I'll get it for you, by the way. Over-under wins on the Titans. Right now, over under 6.5.
Got to give that more thought. We will revisit that one more time. We will revisit that one, and then in the NFC, kind of like New Orleans for 6-11 last season. Tyler Shuck looked really good to end the season. I think they're going to be improved. I was right about Detroit last year. I didn't predict their injuries, but I thought they would not be nearly as good. They were not. The Giants are my improved team. Washington will be better than their 5-12 last season because there's no way they're not going to have the oldest team in the National Football League. They know that. It's going to be a fun year, Mike. And I always tell people with strength of schedule before we get out of here, be careful with strength of schedule. Yeah. No team stays exactly the same. It's impossible. Yeah. I use coaching changes, personnel changes, front office changes, and I adjust accordingly, and that's the way I come up with it.
Well, real quick, you've got 5 1 o'clock games. So if you are a fan of the sitting on the couch at 1 o'clock getting yourself ready for an Eagles Sunday,
I know.
You are not going to be rewarded that this year. Even opening day against Washington, 2 East Coast teams, they're playing at 4:25, and then it starts right off the bat, 4:25, 1 o'clock, 8:15, 1 o'clock, 9:30 a.m., 1 o'clock, 8:15, 8:20. I mean, the last weeks of the season, Adam, as we get you out of here on this, as you said, 5 o'clock on Saturday, 8:15 on Christmas Eve, 8:20 on January 3rd. So that last stretch of game, and by the way, you're playing the Super Bowl champions, the AFC South champions, the 49ers. That is your last 3 out of 4 games before you face the Giants to end the season there. So that is a tough little 4-game stretch at the end of the season. Might be their toughest stretch of the season right there.
Week 15, as I said earlier, week 15 through 17 to me, again on paper.
Sure.
We have to see actually how good these teams are. In Houston, I'm worried about their offense, their offensive line. See, they don't, Mike, I don't understand the way teams think. Like, Nick Casario, their GM, is actually pretty good. But he's like so many of these GMs, they fail to address their offensive line well. That's why they're not going to win a Super Bowl until they figure it out.
All right. Well, always fun the day the schedule comes out, everybody. Where are you going on the road this year? I know a lot of our listeners yesterday were texting in. Nashville seems to be the trip that everybody wants to do this year. And by the way, that is early in the season. You don't have to worry about crazy weather stuff. It seems like a lot of their stuff is kind of perfectly placed for where you want it. By the way, they do have a stretch of 4 straight home games there. L.A., Jacksonville, but that is, not 4, but that game's in London, Carolina, Dallas, where they will be the home team in those games there. So Rams at home, Carolina at home, Dallas at home. So you got 3 out of 4 home games. And they do play back-to-back home games multiple times this year, which they did not do at all last year.
Yeah, and Mike, look, they've got the stretch of 3 straight home games.
Late in the year.
They have pockets, they late in the season, but they've got a pocket, Mike. Early, they have two home games, actually 3 out of 4 on the road, at Tennessee, at Chicago, then 2 weeks later in London. They have a stretch of 4 out of 5 at home, Mike.
Yeah,
one thing I did want to add, don't forget about that. So, actually, this is a good schedule. And again, we don't know from one year to the next. You can look at how many things have changed with these clubs, but
Adam, on May 15th, we're allowed to have fun with it.
I know, but I love. Jeff and I in our show that dropped Friday morning, we don't go game by game predictions, but it's fun to look at, and we'll revisit kind of because I do it. I'm gonna bring back my training camp tour, so I'm gonna hopefully could go out west. And then we'll start breaking these games down with Greg Cosell. We actually do a review of the whole Eagles schedule by tape study with Greg, so we'll do that later on.
All right. We look forward to it. As always, mini camp will be starting the 26th next week.
Yep.
The Birds will be back on the field. They now know where they're heading, and we'll be heading there with them on Football at 4. By the way, first preseason game, August 15th in Charm City against the Ravens. So the first time the Birds are actually back for real, kind of, sort of, Saturday, August 15th. And remember, you can listen to every Eagles game right here on 97.3 ESPN. They'll see A.J. Brown and his new Patriots team on August the 22nd, by the way. They do play the Patriots.
And practices, Mike. They're going to have joint practices.
That's right. They have joint practices. We'll be
I hope to get there. Ah,
nice.
Yeah, it is. I was there the last time that they were in New England, so I look forward to it, Mike, which is going to be a great season, and we're happy that we're back with you again on Football at 4.
As always, Adam Caplan and the boys, we had a lot of fun this week. We look forward to it throughout the summer here as the Birds are back. All right, man, we'll talk to you.
Thank you.
Adam Caplan, everybody. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and, of course, it's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Make sure you check out the Fanatics Sportsbook for all the big games. It's the go-to spot for game day with huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want. It's the perfect place to catch every play and celebrate every win at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. They bring you Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash. We told you tomorrow night going to be at the Kravitz Show up there at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Got a chance to go see Lenny Kravitz tomorrow night. Anybody going to the Kravitz Show tomorrow? I had a guy reach out to me, said he was going up tomorrow night, was asking my recommendations for dinner. Anywhere you want up there, man. Ocean's got great spots for dinner, so check that out. Coming up, got the Nuggets on the way. Friday 5 at 5:30 tonight. More Sports Bash coming up. Want to first tell you about my guy Rocco and the team at Key Acura of Atlantic City. You know, when you get a chance, take a ride over there. Even if you just got a new car or you're in the middle of a lease or you're trying to figure it all out, just go take a look and then you'll have something to ponder for down the road. $199 a month for 36 months right now. Jump in on that deal. But if you ever thought about a Acura, check it out. Just go on over there, just walk the grounds and say, you know what, this is a good-looking car. When I'm done mine, I want to make sure I talk to these people Check out my friend Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City, the small but friendly dealer. All right, coming up, we got the Nuggets on the way. Don't go anywhere. It's a Friday edition. Happy Hour Friday. What are you having on this Happy Hour Friday? You guys have been pretty weak sauce in the most recent weeks on good recommendations. I need good recommendations. Summertime is here. 609-403-0973. What do you have it? Josh gave me a good recommendation. I haven't tried it yet. You know, not quite summertime yet. And the living's not easy. Back with more Sports Bash.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 428, hanging out with you till 6. Happy Hour Friday. Got a couple Happy Hour Friday stuff for you. Jeff in Ocean City's got the double nickel weekend warrior. He says he's celebrating the end of soccer referee season with the weekend warrior. I like that. A little double nickel for you there. Keep them coming, 609-403-0973. We'll have a couple picks for the end of the show. Right now it's time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back in the house for today's Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash this hour, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. It's supposed to be like 86 degrees this weekend. Get that air conditioning tuned up and ready to go, 609-390-3907 online, Broadlee's.net. Let's bring in Nick Earnshaw for today's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Shout out to Jeff, referee at end of the year. Today, a lot of commencements going on throughout the college season. So everything's kind of coming to the end. It's getting hotter around here. You're going to need that air conditioning coming up here. It's going to get real hot, real toasty, real quick.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, 86 or something like that on Sunday?
Yeah, it's going to be hot. It's going to be a hot one for those guys at the PGA Championship this week, right? So here we go. All right, let's get into the Nuggets. Nugget number one, we got to react to yesterday's press conference with Bob Myers and Josh Harris. And woo, was it a doozy. A lot of corporate speak for the most part. But, man, there was some nuggets in there, to say the least. And I'll tell you what, I was very much looking forward to finding out one of the answers from either Josh Harris, Bob Myers, particularly Josh Harris. Came to the Jared McCain trade. Take a listen to what Josh Harris had to say regarding the situation regarding Jared McCain and that trade that Daryl Morey made.
The front office makes a recommendation, and then ownership, which included Bob at that point, we okayed it. So I think we were involved in it. It was part of a bigger plan. It's not. I wouldn't say that. As Bob said, we don't know the outcome of that trade right now. We are sitting here with the 22nd pick, but I understand what you're saying, and I understand the question. And I heard all, and obviously I understand the view of it here. So I think that right now we're focused on what do we do with all the assets we got in that trade, and we'll know whether that trade was a good trade or not a good trade over the next year or two.
All right, Mike, your reaction to that one?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Josh Harris he is not a great public speaker.
No.
He should not be in, and this is why, it's like, well, the owner doesn't ever talk. Well, that's why. He should not be sitting. By the way, he was reading off like a note sheet.
Yeah.
He literally had the answers to the quiz on the paper that someone typed up and handed to him, and he's reading off the piece of paper, trying to find the answers to the questions. He's just not a good public speaker. I mean, there's many times in life you wonder how people who have ass backwards themselves into money got to that position. He would be one of those people.
I mean, he couldn't comb his hair yesterday. He looked all disheveled. I mean, come on.
Josh Harris, look, again, is just not a relatable guy in any sense of the word. He is not a guy that the sports fan world can connect with and relate to. Now, there's a lot of guys at the corporate level that own these teams that are not relatable, but he would be at the top of the list of unrelatable guys.
Yep, absolutely. And listen, regarding the Jared McCain trade, I mean, they're trying to push it as, we weren't really trying to duck the tax. I mean, come on. Like, you think Daryl Morey was going to trade him for nothing and not for no reason? They had to get under the tax. They were going to get under the tax, and that was one of the trades that they made to do it. And then there was nothing that materialized after the fact. They made the trade the day early to get assets back, and then nothing ever materialized after that. I mean, we know how it went down. It's obvious.
We had Adam Aaronson on earlier from Philly Voice, and he broke it down. I asked him, hey, actions speak louder than words. He said the tax has not been a problem. Meanwhile, they have not gone into the tax multiple times. Now, Adam's point was, hey, listen, they lucked out this year, too, because Paul George, they got the tax credit, and that really saved them. He said, otherwise, they would have had to trade someone like Kelly Oubre to get under the tax this year.
Yep.
And that would have been very interesting to see what would happen in that spot. He has said, well, that's never been an issue. And then this is where the Bob Myers, like Randy Macho Man Savage down off the top rope, he comes in and goes, because if it is a problem, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting to see the next time this comes up, if Bob Myers makes a deal that puts you into the tax. Because as he said, listen, teams that win the championship, you have to go into the tax. You cannot be a team that hangs under the tax and think you're going to win a championship.
Yep, and Bob Myers comes in, like you mentioned, like Macho Man, I wouldn't be here if we weren't going to go into the tax. Well, you haven't really gone into the tax, and you're not going to win if you don't go into the tax. I'm sorry to say, but that's not how it's done in the NBA anymore. But I am glad that I think it was Bob Myers that brought it up, about the depth aspect and the way teams are built now. I'm glad that they kind of came out and said, we might need a little bit more depth, but I don't know how you do it with the way your contracts are set up at the moment. That's going to be an issue too.
Well, yesterday on the show, we played the 4 trade proposals from Bill Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast. And, they were just kind of like shells of trade ideas. Basically, the one trade, it was a salary dump Embiid for Zach LaVine. The other one was a salary dump Embiid for Jimmy Butler. The other one is a salary dump where you're trading Embiid for 3 players to Brooklyn, Nick Claxton, Noah Clowney, and Terrence Mann. And then the fourth one that he threw out there was a straight swap, Joel Embiid for Zion Williamson. That's the only one where you're getting a player that has multiple years left on the deal that is a quote-unquote all-star level player. But none of those trades are the kind of trades that do much for you. The other two would be just salary dumps. Take Zach LaVine, he would be an expiring contract. Those are the kind of deals that are basically in play. But one of the things Josh Harris said yesterday was we are looking forward to having welcoming Embiid back on our team next year.
Joel, we win as a team, we lose as a team. Bob said it's not one player. I think putting all the focus on one player is the wrong place to be. I think that he's an important player on our roster, and he's a warrior, and he's also some of the things that you said are also true. So I think we're gonna we're looking forward to welcoming him back on our team.
You know who Zach LaVine reminds me of every time he's brought up in trade discussions with the Sixers? Luis Robert with the Phillies. I mean, it's like every year, like clockwork. It's been for years. Zach LaVine's brought up as a name. It may not happen. And then
Buddy Hield for years.
Yeah, it was Buddy Hield, Luis Robert for the Phillies, and Zach LaVine for years. Well, you can match the contracts. It's always matching the contracts with Zach LaVine. It was with Tobias Harris for years and years as well. So, I mean, now this kind of brings me to nugget number 2. Because
what I want to know is who in their right mind decided that it was a smart idea to give Zach LaVine? Like, what kind of world are we living in
Chicago,
where people are saying, you know what? You have convinced me, okay? You have made a good argument to pay Zach LaVine $49 million a year.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
We've lost our way. We've lost our way in this world where people, this is what I go back to. Guys like Josh Harris somehow figured out a way to make so much money that they can buy these teams, but are so dumb that they say yes to give players contracts of $50 million plus annually. It just doesn't compute. It's so hard to deal with where you're like, how are you smart enough to make the money to buy the team, but then dumb enough to approve the contracts that you have to sign these guys for? Like if you walked up to me and said, hey, I want to sign a guy for $49 million a year, I would say, get the F out of my room right now. There's nobody on planet Earth that is worth that much money. Get out.
I don't know how we've gotten to this point. It's gotten so out of hand, outrageous, just from the macro standpoint. It just hasn't. They're just shelling out these contracts. You want a max? You want a max? You want a max? You take a max contract. I mean, this is so much. And we talk about it just in passing at bars and debating with your buddies in the group chat. He got $60 million a year. That's nothing. The cap goes up next year. It's not going to be much anyway. Like we talk about it like this is exorbitant amounts of money that these guys are getting, and some of them aren't even that good at the game they play.
Well, listen, I understand if it's a player like LeBron James who you might say his jersey sales and he brings people, I can make the money back. Zach LaVine is not generating $49 million. So there's no way possible that you could have sat down and convinced me to say, sir, I need to sign Zach LaVine, and it's going to be I'm going to need you to write me a check for $49 million per season on this one. Like, how do you have that conversation and then have the jackass say, you know what, approve that deal?
Yeah. You know what? That's a great idea. Give that guy $49 million. He's not even playing for Chicago anymore. Like, what are we doing here?
That is why Bill Simmons suggested, because he's on Sacramento now, and he said, Sacramento's the kind of place that they just make deals just because they just need to change things up every now and then because they're so bad.
They act like they're doing something over there. They act like they're actually working and trying to put a winner together there. But it is, I digress with this. But it does, you did bring up a point that I do talk about. And in regards to Joel Embiid, an ESPN article came out today. Tim Bontemps, Brian Windhorst, talking about what should the 76ers do this summer. And according to Bontemps, a Western Conference executive said, quote, run it back, load manage Joel as much as they can, be a playoff team, and try to stay healthy. Went on to say, I think there's stuff you can do on the margins. Is that the right way the Sixers should approach this entire thing? You know what? Run it back again with a new president of basketball ops.
Listen, it might not be the best way, but it's almost essentially the only way. Go through the 2026 NBA free agents and try to find someone that you're like, that's the guy they got to go target that's really going to help this team out. I mean, you are really stretching to find someone that is going to help this team out. Like, you go through the free agent group and you're thinking to yourself, how are you getting anybody? All you were doing is just changing the peripherals. Like, in other words, if you let Andre Drummond walk and you let Quentin Grimes walk and you let Oubre walk, is your best option trying to find 3 new guys to fill those roles, or trying to hope those guys come back and the continuity makes you better?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the new general manager / Bob Myers approaches this, because Myers is going to have a lot of say. I mean, it's pretty evident that he has a lot of say in this decision, who they're hiring, and he's going to have a lot to do with some of these moves that are made. I think everybody is looking for the big move. Are they going to move Joel? Are they going to move Paul George? I don't think that's the case because they're kind of stuck. I mean, they have some picks. They have some assets over the next couple of years to draft. And according to this article from Windy and Bontemps, the league looks at Maxey and Edgecombe as a really dynamic duo in that backcourt. And they're kind of set when the Embiid thing expires and Paul George, his contract expires. They can kind of move away, and those are your focal points with some assets coming up here in the next couple of years with the draft picks.
Oh, listen, they're in a much better place. People said, like, are they in a better place before or after Morey? They're in a much better place they are now than they were when Morey got here. They didn't have VJ Edgecombe, who's 20 years old. They didn't have Tyrese Maxey, 25 years old, hitting this prime. So they have those two players. When he got here, you were in the Al Horford situation. You were in a bad contract situation. Listen, we were talking to Adam Aaronson about this earlier. Daryl Morey made however many moves when he was here. I don't know how many, 30, 40, 50. You would say that like 80% of the moves he made were actually good moves that helped the team, that ended up like working. It's the 3 big moves, really the 2 big moves, that overshadow all of that stuff, which is the Paul George, Joel Embiid, and then to some extent this McCain thing, which is kind of the cherry on top.
Yep.
You don't know what the 22nd pick is going to end up being. Who knows? Maybe it turns out to be an all-star level player. I don't think so, but that being said, but it's really those 2
with Tyrese
moves.
Maxey in that range.
That's right. It's really these 2 moves that overshadow all of the good that he did, getting them out of the cap, drafting pretty well. The problem is those 2 moves really put you in a corner where you can't keep growing and building this thing.
Well, that goes to his philosophy being stale. I mean, he's trying to win with stars. It's not like a big three type of league anymore. It's a depth league. I'm glad to hear Bob Myers say that yesterday about talking about that. However, they're kind of stuck with the $50 million contracts these 2 guys have. Like that's the crux of the whole thing as to why Morey's no longer here. He gave them massive deals that eat up so much of your cap room. It handicaps you from going out and creating that depth on your roster because you have all this money tied up in 2 stars who aren't really available that often.
Yeah, I mean, listen, your best option is to hope that Joel and Paul George play, 50, 55 games and get you into a good seeding and that they're healthy in the playoffs. That's really only your best option because let's be honest.
Right.
Let's be honest here, okay? Let's have a real conversation about this.
We don't have real conversations.
There's nothing they can do. And even if there was something you could do, no one's beaten Oklahoma City or San Antonio for probably the next 5 years. So you might as well.
What are people think the new guy's going to do? Seriously, is he going to move on? Like, what's he going? He's not going to get much back for either one of Paul George or Joel Embiid. You're kind of just stuck. I mean, for the people that want to trade Joel, good luck. Good luck on that one. Paul George, I can see maybe getting off of.
Well, you really, and this is where, for years people wanted Howie Roseman gone. And I would always say, listen, if Roseman made mistakes, the only guy I would trust to fix the mistakes were Roseman.
Yeah.
So you're almost at a point where Morey, if you're blaming him for the 2 deals, he would be the one guy that I would hope to help get me out of the deals. He's already proven that he can get out of bad contracts and get trades that work out. The Simmons deal, people didn't think he was going to be able to trade Simmons and get anything of value. He got James Harden. People didn't think he was going to be able to trade James Harden and get anything of value. He got 3 expiring contracts, and he got 2 first-round picks. So a lot of times, one of the things that Morey, I could say is, hey, you made bad moves, but I also think you are the right guy to start working. You have to really now start to plan to have cap space in 3 years when those deals are up. Yep. Everything you do has to be towards being a player in free agency 3 years from now.
And that's when Maxey will be in the midst of his prime years, his later 20s. Edgecombe will start into his mid-20s. And then you could start thinking about it. Because, I mean, they're just – listen, the thing with Morey ran its course, clearly. It's just the relationship. Yeah, Bob Myers waiting in the wings, kind of overshadowing everything, right? It ran its course. It was time to move on. I think it was the right move. But they're still kind of stuck with these two. This is going to be the core no matter what.
When is Joel's contract up? What year is Joel's contract up?
3 years. So next year will be 26, 27, 27, 28. 28, 29, he has that option.
So you were looking at the free agents in what, 2030?
29, 20 into 30.
So, okay, yeah, Joel Embiid. There you go. So your free agent class, when Joel is ready to have his contract, you need to be a player in that season. That would be Devin Booker, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Luka Doncic, Bam Adebayo, Jamal Murray, Laurie Markkinen, Anthony Edwards will be 27 years old. That's a guy that you're like, man, Tyrese Halliburton, Tyrese Maxey will be a free agent. So you're going to have to figure out a way to bring him back, but there's a huge class of free agents that you have to make sure that your cap is ready to go for that year.
You also have to remember VJ Edgecombe is going to be coming up soon within that kind of time frame, that those ballpark years. He's probably, if he continues on this trajectory, he's going to get that second contract, a big one too.
Now, keep in mind, Paul George's contract expires 1 year before Joel Embiid's. So you could be a player in free agency for one player that offseason as well, which is not nearly as good of a class as the one the following year. You're looking at, Nikola Jokic, but, I don't know that you would, be bringing in a guy like him to play. I don't know. But he would be one. Karl Anthony Towns. You've got Kyrie would be 36 at that point. Zion, 27. Jalen Brunson, 31. But listen, that's the point is you have to make sure that you have your cap space where those two things lop off and you can be a player when they do.
Yep. That's what it has to be. All right. I'm running short on time, but I got to get this nugget in. You texted me last night regarding the Jalen Hurts comments and the uniforms heading into next year. They put out the schedule, they do these little skits and they put out on social media. Jalen Hurts brought up the white Kelly green uniforms. And Mike Gill, who is not a uniform guy, doesn't like the Kelly green, has bashed the Kelly green for years and years and years on this particular segment, many of times. You're in on the white Kelly greens, the white throwbacks, the Randall Cunningham white with the green. Explain yourself, Mr. Mike Gill. Explain yourself.
I've always said over the years, I like the one that I'm looking for that they've never used to my knowledge is the era way back before the Kelly greens when they went with the white helmet that had the Kelly green wings on it. You're going back to I guess into the 70s
Okay.
before that. Not the ones that he's talking about per se, but I like those better. The white with the Kelly Green numbers, I like those because the Kelly Green, too much Kelly Green. It's just it looks like Oscar the Grouch or something. I like the white jersey with the Kelly Green numbers, but the one that I want to see is the one that has the white helmet with the Kelly Green eagle wings.
You're not going to get the white helmet. I'll tell you that right now. They're going to keep the Kelly Green helmet. They'll just switch to the jersey. And by the way, didn't you put the Kelly Green jerseys with losing? Like that was your whole argument.
Yeah.
That represents losing. We want no Kelly Green. You want to just stick midnight green, stay there.
Yeah, well, if I have to pick one of these gimmicky uniforms, I'll take that one over the Kelly Green one.
I think the white one would be awesome. I would get that
right,
one
it would.
In a heartbeat. I would get that. I got the Kelly Green the same day. I would say I would get that white one the same day as well when it drops.
All right, there's today's Nuggets. Have a good weekend, man. Nuggets is on the Locker Room tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man. See ya.
Peace.
Have a good weekend, man. When we come back, Sports Bash, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We'll get you ready for the weekend, get his thoughts on where the Sixers go from here, Phillies conversation, and more, plus my NFL Friday 5 at 5:30. All right, final hour of the show, final hour of the week. Hanging out with you guys, Mike Hill on the Sports Bash Live. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Going to stop on by and hang out with us for a little while here as we continue on the Friday show. 609-403-0973. A lot of text message on the Eagles' schedule. Phillies tonight against the Pirates. You know, we talked about this earlier during the fastball segment. The Phillies have the worst record at PNC Park of any National League team in the ballpark's history. They are the worst team. I was there a couple of years ago. They got swept in the series against the Pirates. And they'll play the Pirates tonight. And then there's the Sixers, who had an interesting press conference yesterday. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com joins us now. We'll talk about it all right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You know, Mike, anytime a season ends and the team, they fire somebody, and then that first press conference that kind of starts the next era here, did you get the sense that Bob Myers is going to have a big presence in this team's future?
Well, it certainly did sound like that when he said he would be involved. He said he's not going to handle the day-to-day operations, but he's just going to be around for everything important, like the draft, free agent signings, and the trade deadline. So it definitely seemed like if the Sixers need a two-way guy from the Delaware Bluecoats or whatever they're called down there in Delaware, he's not going to be involved in that. But all the other major decisions, it certainly sounds like he is going to at least have a say in what the 76ers do go forward.
Most people would say, hey, that's an upgrade. This is a four-time NBA championship executive. Do you look at it and say, you know what, Sixers fans, you got a good one now. You should feel pretty positive about the direction of this team.
Yeah, and I would, Mike. I know people like to talk about, you know, his draft choices. Did he, you know, how much credit does he get for signing this player? What was his exact role in Golden State? But he's a guy who knows what it takes to win on the NBA level. He's won 4 NBA championships, and he knows what makes an organization successful and everything. So, yeah, I think Sixers fans should feel good that Bob Myers is going to have a big say in the team's future going forward.
He mentioned, depth was a big conversation about the depth, and this team obviously is handcuffed by adding depth here. You got the Joel Embiid, Paul George. So if you're talking about depth, did you hear anything that would make you feel that they were endorsing a Embiid return? I don't know that they even got asked about George all that much, but what was your takeaways on, possibly Joel Embiid's future here?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I think Josh Harris was asked about it, and he said something like along the lines of, we look forward to having Embiid back. And honestly, unless you're going to tear this down, I mean, there's an article in ESPN today that says most people around the NBA expect the Sixers to try and load management Joel Embiid and hopefully get him ready for the playoffs. So unless you're going to tear this thing down, it doesn't make any sense to go in there in a press conference and sort of trash Embiid or point out his shortcomings. If he's going to be here, you want him happy and productive. So, yeah, I would expect Embiid to come back. Now, personally, Mike, I would probably tear it down. I think kind of trying to load management Embiid and get him ready for the playoffs. We've seen the Sixers try to do that throughout his career. They haven't been able to do it. So why would they think that, something that hasn't worked in the past would all of a sudden work in the future? So if I was Bob Myers, I'd tear it down, but it doesn't sound like the 76ers are going to do that. And if you're going to do that, if you're going to have Embiid here, you might as well have a happy Embiid here and not an Embiid who is upset with management.
Mike, I was having breakfast with my father this morning, and I told him, law of averages would say, Joel Embiid has to have some good luck at some point, right? At some point, you have to say, hey, guess what? This guy made it through a playoffs. He was healthy. I don't know that actually does happen, but it seems that, in my mind, you have Oklahoma City and you have San Antonio right now. Do you just suck it up for the next couple of years, let these contracts kind of lop off, and hope that one of these years that they are healthy and that's your best modus operandi?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly Mike, right? You think law of averages, like something would go the 76ers' way. Something would go Joel Embiid's way. He would be able to sort of handle the adversity, right? He wouldn't get a fractured orbital bone, the week before the playoffs start. He wouldn't come down with appendicitis the week before the playoffs. He wouldn't come down with Bell's palsy in the playoffs. You think sooner or later, just by, the sheer odds of it, the exception to the rule would happen, and the exception to the rule is a healthy Joel Embiid. So I agree with you, but, it hasn't happened so far. And, Mike, I think you try to, if you're not going to tear it down, you try to make the team the best it can be, because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, you never know. I know San Antonio and Oklahoma look very formidable, but you don't know. You might get to an NBA final and Wemby might get hurt. You might get to an NBA final and Oklahoma might have a guy hurt. So you try to make the team as best you can. And if you're going to do that with Embiid, you've obviously got to increase the depth and figure out a regular season plan where you try to integrate him into the team and make him as big a bigger part of the team as possible. But at the same time, you get him ready and healthy for the postseason.
Well, I know that it seems to be far-fetched to think that they can make trades like that. I don't know if you were a big Bill Simmons podcast listener, but he threw out 4 trade options. And, they're not like these has to be, but these are the kind of trades, essentially. He's like, you got to find a team. He threw the Kings out there. Hey, you take Embiid, we'll take Zach LaVine. You're getting the expiring contract. They get Joel Embiid because they just need a different attraction. Something like that. Or, hey, you get Joel Embiid, we get Jimmy Butler. We don't even know if he ever plays. Then you get out of those deals. Or you go another route and say, much like the Charles Barkley deal, you get Joel Embiid and we'll take 3 mid-level guys whose contracts add up. I mean, that's essentially what this next guy has to kind of weigh here. Or does he just keep Joel Embiid?
Yeah, I mean, again, the trades aren't that appetizing, right? When I hear those scenarios and listen to people go through them, I'm not in love with any of those scenarios, right? So, but I'm also not in love with the fact that, I'm bringing Embiid back. And again, it hasn't worked in the past, so why would it work in the future? I think there's another option, Mike. I think there's a trade to getting Embiid maybe to a contending team. Again, I've talked about this in the past where he can kind of play the role that Bill Walton, another injured guy, played for the 1986 Celtics. I think that's a way to go. But, if you're going to trade Embiid, to me, it's not so much what you're getting back. It's I think you trade the guy, you get expiring contracts back. If you trade Embiid, you're basically starting over and building around Maxey and Edgecombe. So to me, what you get back in that situation is not as important as the fact that you're just getting rid of Embiid and getting off his contract. Who you bring back, I think, is immaterial at that point.
It feels like, Mike, and I don't know, you listened to the whole, press conference yesterday. Nothing they said was kind of like, okay, or earth-shattering to make you feel like, because Bob Myers essentially, look, I think there's one big difference here. Daryl Morey went up there, and he's not a relatable guy. People just did not like him. They did not connect with him. There were a lot of people that said this guy's never won anything. Myers comes in with instant credibility, and when he talks, it's like, hey, I like what this guy has to say. So he's kind of starting at a better point than Morey is when he gets this job. But the big thing will be, in the end, they are at least 3 years away unless Embiid is healthy. Because other than that, there's really no way to get out of this mess.
Yeah,
no matter who's in charge. No matter who's in charge.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of point I make. Like, Daryl Morey was blunt and maybe a little too blunt, maybe a little too honest. Bob Myers definitely has, you can see the agent in him in that press conference, right? He's a polished guy. He's a media guy. He was in Golden State, speaking to the media all the time, in San Francisco, a major sort of media market and everything else. So you can see where he's a polished communicator. And Morey, maybe wasn't the best at that. But again, I agree with you. Whoever gets this job, you're kind of hamstrung or tied. Your hands are tied by Embiid. So you either keep Embiid or you get rid of him. That's the choice whoever goes into that job has. And keeping Embiid might not work, and getting rid of him might not work. So I know there's only like 30 of these jobs in the world, and we'll have no shortage of candidates. But boy, it doesn't seem like an attractive proposition for me to go in and all of a sudden take over the Sixers, because you know who might be successful? The guy who replaces me after these 3 years, basically.
Well, yeah, and you know, one of the things is, and that's where, you know, Morey did a good job drafting. He was a guy that's a very cap conscious. He got out of the Horford deals, all that stuff. You almost asked the question, yeah, okay, maybe he signed those 2 bad deals, but is he the right guy to get you out of those deals? Or is that a better job left for somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, again, I thought Morey could have done it. I look at Morey's decisions. He had some misses. He had some hits. I mean, you talk about the trade, for the McCain trade that nobody likes, that a lot of Sixers fans didn't like, and that seemed to be the straw that kind of broke the camel's back with the Sixers fans, was that trade. Well, if we're being honest here, he probably made that trade because management told him to get under the tax.
Yeah, what did you make of that whole back and forth dialogue yesterday where Harris says that they've never mandated them to get under the tax, and then Myers says, if he has, I wouldn't be sitting here right now? I mean, it didn't seem to add up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's revisionist history, if they kind of see how the fan base has reacted to that trade, so they're kind of, letting Daryl Morey take the fall here. But I have a hard time believing that, that Morey would just trade McCain for what he traded for him without some approval from management saying, this will benefit us by getting us under the tax, basically. So, maybe Josh Harris didn't exactly tell him to get under the tax, but the message was probably there, for Morey to do it. So I don't know how, and again, we'll probably never know how that is going to, come out, basically.
Yeah, we'll see if it'll be this year's trade deadline. If they say, hey, we're right there, what ends up happening, that will be definitely something to keep an eye on here. But realistically, the next guy, Mike, he's got to have this team set up that when the Embiid contract expires, that you are ready to be a player at that point. Similar to how they had done it with Hinkie in the past and Morey here. They set it up for certain off seasons that they could be players in free agency.
Right, exactly. And I think the next guy is to come in, Mike. And here's my big thing about the Sixers, and this dates all the way back to the process. I think the next guy, he's got to hit. Obviously, he's got to hit on some draft picks, which, in fairness, Daryl Morey did. So he's got to continue to hit on draft picks. And he has to find that second-round guy, that elusive second-round guy. They've got to find a free agent, an undrafted free agent. They've got to find a player who can kind of stick. They have the stars, basically, but where is their, Deuce McBride? Where is their, and this guy was on the team, where is their Landry Shamet? When you look at that Knicks series, where is their Mitchell Robinson? Where is the non-star guy that provides depth for your team and can play, can step into a starting lineup and score 20 the way Deuce McBride did, but then go back to a bench role and play 15, 16 minutes a night and sort of help you win games. That's what this next guy has to do. And that's throughout this whole process. When this all began, that's the one guy, the type of guys that the 76ers have not had. And when they've had them, they kind of walked away from them or traded them, basically, and then watched them succeed at other teams.
Yeah, the best 2 teams they probably had was the Butler team, and then the one that they had Ilyasova, and they could shoot, and they had some depth from guys coming off the bench. They were just a little young at that time to really, with Simmons and Embiid, and then they had Ilyasova and the guys like Redick and guys like that. They had good role players and stuff. They just kind of weren't ready at that point. But that was probably their 2 best teams in terms of finding. Even the Butler team didn't really have a lot of depth. It was really the starting 5, and they didn't have much other than that.
Right. The starting 5 on the Butler team was outstanding, and they ended up losing a Game 7 on the road to a team that went on an unbelievable shot to a team that went on to win the NBA championship. So that was a great opportunity. Yeah. And, Mike, I think the next opportunity was that, the year after the pandemic, what was it, 2021, the Atlanta Hawks, they should have beaten the Hawks. They should have gone to the NBA Eastern Conference final that year. They probably were talented enough to get past the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Milwaukee Bucks ended up winning an NBA title that year. So that was kind of the opportunity. They had Game 7 at home, and they just they blew big leads in that series. So that was kind of an opportunity missed right there. And you can make a case, Mike, that, maybe what they should have done is kind of blown it up after that season. But, again, hard to say when they were so close and so tantalizing. And then you hear other people say, well, they should have traded Embiid and not given him an extension. There's no way. There was not an NBA team in existence that after Embiid had played back-to-back more than 60 games in the season, had finished second in the MVP voting, and then won the MVP, there's not an executive in the NBA that wouldn't have given him the extension right there. So people who are looking for a little revisionist history there really aren't being fair to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, you just brought up an interesting point. They are very much looked at as, hey, they couldn't get out of the second round. That's a failure, but just because they didn't get out of the second round doesn't mean that they weren't good enough to do so. The problem in the past was they would get to the second round and be not competitive. You just said it. They went to Game 7 multiple times, and it was a bounce here and a tick there that prevented them from getting to the conference finals. So they built teams that were good enough to go to the finals. They just didn't get it done on the court.
Yeah, absolutely. They just didn't get that break. They just didn't win that game that they needed. And they watched the opponents make shots or make plays. And you're exactly right. It's a play here. It's a play there. Game 7 against Atlanta. You can remember the Joel Embiid turnovers in the fourth quarter. Ben Simmons passing up the dunk. Again, the Kawhi Leonard shot. So they had a team that was capable of winning an NBA championship. They just didn't get the breaks. Now, the difference is this year, I think we can all agree this team is not capable, as it is presently constituted, of winning an NBA championship. That's the difference now compared to, 2019 and 2021.
Would agree with that wholeheartedly. Certainly a lot to do with this team moving forward. We'll see who will do it and where that all goes from here. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Quickly, I want to shift over to what the Phillies have going on. They keep winning series, Mike. They won another series. They'll go to Pittsburgh now. They're not gaining any ground. How frustrating must it be? They're winning all these games, but nothing's really happening in the standings for them.
Yeah, all they can do, Mike, is doing what they've done, and that is win series, stack series wins. I think, it's 12-4 under Mattingly. It's 5 series in a row won. But I agree with you. I looked at the standings today, and were they 9?
9 back.
And then you look at the wild card. I think they're 4.5 back of the last wild card. There's a couple of teams ahead of them. I think they're tied with Washington and Arizona, 4.5 back. So they haven't separated themselves. But, hey, that's the beauty of the baseball season. There's a long way to go, and they've kind of righted the ship. However, Mike, I will say that some of the issues that we saw during the losing streak are lingering a little bit. Their pitching is outstanding, and that's what carried them. But they just can't hit left-handed pitching, and they only scored 6 runs up in Boston. Now, the good news is they pitched well enough to take 2 of 3 out there, but some of the problems we saw during the losing streak, Mike, are still there and haven't been fixed. And this team, maybe they'll make it to October, but they're not going to go deep in October unless somebody right-handed can hit left-handed pitching. I've never seen anything like it.
And we'll leave with this, Mike. Think about it. They struggled last year. They had the batting champion hitting leadoff. He's hitting .230. His on-base is .260. And in the middle of the order, you got a guy hitting .220 right now. In Garcia. Their lineup this year is worse than last year's.
Yeah, they're probably a little bit better defensively, right? In right field, Garcia is an upgrade over Castellanos, and the pitching has really come alive and saved them. But I agree, Mike. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. They're going to see a lot of lefties because, teams are going to look to match up against Schwarber and Harper and the lefties in that lineup, Brandon Marsh. And until the Phillies right-handed hitters make opposing teams pay for bringing lefties in the game and starting lefties against them, I don't know how successful the Phillies are going to be. The pitching is there to sort of maybe get them in the wild card and sort of contend for a playoff spot, absolutely. But boy, they just have to, those right-handed hitters, Bohm, Garcia, they've got to make the opposing team pay for bringing a lefty reliever in the game or starting a lefty against them. And right now, like I said, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a team with so many right-handed hitters that can't hit left-handed pitching. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We are getting to Memorial Day weekend, Mike. It's getting to the end of the local high school season. Where are we at today?
Yeah, I'm out at Vineland right now watching Vineland, Egg Harbor Township. Egg Harbor Township 1-0 lead on Vineland here in the 5th inning, Cape Atlantic League semifinal. But you're right. We're getting to the point of the spring season where the championships are happening. We got Cape Atlantic League softball, Big Hamilton St. Joe on Tuesday. Mainland will play the winner of this game on Tuesday for the baseball title. You've got track, South Jersey track this weekend. So check out PrestonAC.com as the spring season winds down. We'll have all the coverage and let you know about the local athletes and what they're doing on the fields and tracks and softball diamonds and all that good stuff.
Great stuff as always, Mike. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you on Monday's show.
All right, everybody, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday and see you down the road. Thanks.
There's Mike. He'll be back Monday at AC Press McGarry. He's got all the coverage for you for all the local stuff you need here on the Sports Bash as well. Hey, coming up, it's the Friday Five, first edition. 5 favorite games in week number 1 for the NFL season. The schedule was released yesterday. We're jumping right on the Friday Five. We'll take a look at the week 1 schedule, 5 favorite games for week number 1. It's the first Friday Five of the offseason. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 529 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Holy mackerel, the schedule's out. Summer's almost here. Next weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Before you know it, training camp will be here. That's what's the next countdown, right? Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, my Friday 5, we'll get to that in just a second. I'm going to tell you about my friends at Clark's Moving and Storage. Hey, you know what? Summertime and the living's easy except for when you have to move. You could be the person that has that winter rental. You ever have a friend that has the winter rental? They have to ask you to move twice. Hey, can you move me into the winter rental? And then I need to get out of the winter rental. Don't be that guy. Call Clark's Moving and Storage, 609-889-0780. Visit them at clarksmoving.net. You know, people live in Ocean City for the winter, and then they have to move back offshore for the rest of the year. You got to call Clark's. I don't want to help you move twice. I'm done with that. I'm almost 50 now.
I hear you. I used to be that guy years ago.
Yeah, the winter rental guy?
Yeah, I used to be the guy literally in Ocean City. I had a winter rental in Ocean City. This is like 15 years ago, and then I had to move back onto the mainland in the summer.
The winter rental, it sounds good at first. You're like, 8 months, I can hang out here. And then the next thing you know, 5 months into it, you're like, I got to move in 3 months.
And then 2 months, and then 1 month, and then 1 week. And then you have to call Clark's Moving and Storage because by the time you got to move out, nobody wants to drive onto the island to help you.
All right, Friday 5. This is how it works for the Friday 5. We have the schedule on May 15th. We'll go through it. And then when week 1 is here, we'll go back and look at these picks. These will be our 5 favorite games from week 1 schedule. Now, week 1, I would imagine these are the same, unless there's an injury or something crazy happens. But let's take a look at the NFL schedule week 1. Now, these are only Sunday games because obviously the 5 best games that aren't the Eagles game that we have interest in, New England, Seattle would be on that list. San Francisco, LA is Thursday night. That would be on the list. New England, Seattle is Wednesday night. So these are just Sunday and Monday games on the Friday 5. All right, here we go. Number 1, no particular order, by the way. I got Buffalo and Houston. Obviously, to Houston and Buffalo, both many people thought win the division last year. No, not so fast. New England and Jacksonville won the division, but both teams made the playoffs last year. Both teams have high expectations this year. That game is at Houston. Buffalo is the favorite in the game, by the way. But that is number 1 on the Friday 5.
I think what's interesting about these two teams is they both made interesting moves in the offseason. Buffalo fired their head coach. They got a whole new type of coaching philosophy going on in terms of the overall coaching staff. And then
did what's his name get picked up by anybody as the out?
Who?
The coach.
McDermott?
Yeah.
I haven't seen he got picked up, so he'll probably be on TV.
I didn't know if he was a defensive coordinator someplace or just.
I didn't see him he didn't get hired by anybody. He doesn't mean. I mean, for all we know, he could be on Andy Reid's advisory board. But
all right, game number 2. Now, mind you, 2 good games, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday, that are not in the mix here. But
not in the mix.
I think Green Bay, Minnesota, good game.
Very good game for a lot of reasons. One, Minnesota's got potentially a brand new quarterback.
That's 1.
2, Green Bay is without both their OC and DC from last year. Don't forget that. Jeff Hafley in Miami.
Don't know if Parsons will be ready.
We don't know if Parsons. Another thing to look for in this game. And on top of all of it, the Vikings played much better the back half of the season than the first half of
the
last
Vikings
season.
were a surprise last year to begin with. Having J.J. McCarthy, then he gets hurt, then you got Carson Wentz, and then he gets hurt, then back to McCarthy. Now they got Kyler Murray. That's a big change for them at quarterback. But Green Bay lost also, they've lost Wicks and Dobbs.
Dobbs, yes.
So they lost 2 key figures in their offense. But we think Green Bay and Minnesota are both playoff. Why think they're more wild card level teams?
Probably, yeah.
Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden, Tucker Kraft should be back.
Should be.
So Green Bay and Minnesota. That makes my Friday 5.
Intriguing matchup.
Number 3. This is a Monday night game, by the way. Denver, Kansas City. That is on the list.
Will either quarterback be back for this game?
Yeah, I know, but I would say we don't know if either quarterback will be ready to go, but that's the whole reason why this is on the list, because these two teams playing each other, someone's got to win, and you got to hope that you win a couple games early so that when the quarterbacks come back, I would think that Mahomes will be back sooner than later. I would say in Andy Reid's history, just kind of like when Donovan had the ACL, I think they were kind of conservative with him a little bit. I would think that Mahomes will probably miss like the first month. And they play Denver, Indianapolis, Miami, and the Raiders. That first game I think he would be back is against because then they play the Chargers, Seattle, and Denver.
And for those who are wondering, the man in line to take those starts without Patrick Mahomes is Justin Fields.
Yeah. By the way, this is a Monday Night Football game. So the networks are saying, we think Mahomes will be ready. You don't think that's what the messaging is here?
I think they're hoping he's ready.
Well, that's my point, is they're saying, you know what? We're going to take that game and put it on because that's a great Denver was a playoff team last year. Kansas City was not.
Right. So, I mean, do you just look at it as great rivalry game with a Mahomes win?
I think so. I think
Travis is back.
There's a part of them that hopes that Mahomes is ready.
And if he's not, you got an interesting storyline by Justin Fields.
All right, number 4 is Tampa Bay, Cincinnati.
I like this one.
And my reasoning for this one is both of these teams are kind of like under the radar, but they should be healthy going into this game.
Correct.
One of the problems they constantly have had, Tampa Bay last year, banged up. Cincinnati lost Burrow. They should be both healthy out of the chutes, and that gives you a good game to start the season off there. Both teams can win that division, but to get there, week 1, get off on a good foot. Both teams, right now, Cincinnati's favored by 3.5. At full strength, Cincinnati, Tampa Bay, that makes that week 1. Now, if this was like week 5, I might not be as intrigued.
I am very interested to see, has all of the money and resources and everything they invested in that defense, is it going to pay off? They've basically rebuilt that defense on the fly this offseason.
Yeah, well, Tampa Bay, no Mike Evans anymore.
Yep.
Cincinnati, you got the great weapons there, and we'll see what ends up happening. That's number 4 on my list. Number 5 in my Friday 5. Now, this one's up in the air. This is what's left over. New Orleans, Detroit. Jets, Tennessee. Baltimore, Indianapolis right now is kind of the leader in the clubhouse for me to win this spot.
Okay.
But Atlanta, Pittsburgh is intriguing. You got Tua. We don't know who the quarterback is in Pittsburgh yet. We're imagining it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Then you got Chicago, Carolina, 2 playoff teams.
2 former number 1 overall picks.
Cleveland and Jacksonville, Miami and Vegas, Arizona Chargers, and Dallas, New York. So there's a lot of options here. Do I like the NFC East Sunday night matchup? Harbaugh making his first appearance against the Cowboys. I think that one's in the mix. I think Chicago, Carolina, both playoff teams from last year. Who gets that first win? I think Atlanta with Tua, what's that offense? Are they going to be better now with a guy who, when he's healthy, he's pretty darn good? And then Baltimore, Indianapolis. If you have the quarterback healthy, is he going to play in week 1? What's his name? From the Giants. I can't think of his name.
Oh, Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. I'm not
Indiana
in
Jones.
Yeah, I'm not in football mode right now.
Well, there's also a question of, is he going to play week 1? He's
Right.
another one of those guys.
He got hurt a little earlier than
He
Mahomes and Knicks did.
He did. It's still, though, we're not 100% sure.
So I think the game that I'm going to put on the mix, though, I think it would be Bears, Carolina. Both playoff teams. Baltimore, Indianapolis, though, that's a good one. Atlanta, Pittsburgh, that's an intriguing one. It's a pretty good first week of the season, but I'm going to go Bears, Carolina.
I like the Bears-Carolina pick a lot. What I would have done, Mike, is I would have swapped the Chiefs-Broncos game out for Cowboys-Giants.
I might, be convinced that I could do that because NFC East, that's probably a game I will have a little bit more intrigue in. I just think Denver, Kansas City, because that division, you have the Vegas Raiders who are probably not ready to go yet.
Right.
And the Chargers. The Chargers play Arizona in week 1, and the Chargers are saying, okay, we're the favorite now. You guys have quarterbacks that are banged up, so that game is very important if somebody thinks that they're going to go and hang out with the Chargers.
Chargers are fascinating because they hired a brand new offensive coordinator, a guy that Jim Harbaugh has never worked with before, and Mike McDaniel. And it seems like Harbaugh is going to let him do his Mike McDaniel thing as a coordinator. So I'm curious to see, what does that mean for Justin Herbert? Is he the guy to finally get Herbert across that? We know how talented he is, right? But is Herbert, doesn't it feel like Herbert is like one of those like players like in the NBA where it's like, there's another level to him, but he hasn't hit it yet?
Herbert has he's definitely the hype machine guy. He's the guy that gets the hype but hasn't, he's the Daryl Morey. You never won anything yet, right?
I was thinking more like a player, like a player who hasn't hit his potential yet.
He's the guy that a lot of people give a lot of credit who's not won anything yet.
Right.
I'm going to switch Denver, Kansas City with Dallas and New York. Now, you can make an argument, too. There's a lot of games I do like. Baltimore, Indianapolis, I do like that game. Atlanta, Pittsburgh, I do like that game. I actually like New Orleans, Detroit.
New Orleans is very interesting because what does year 2 of Kellen Moore look like? How do the Lions bounce back after a disappointing year last year?
So there you go.
See that.
That's the Friday 5. Buffalo, Houston.
By the way,
Green Bay, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Dallas, Giants. Tampa, Cincy. Bears, Carolina.
I know it would never be in your 5, but I will throw out one game just as a side circus curiosity. Jets Titans.
Yeah, I'm seeing everybody start to talk about Tennessee, and I know it's Saleh is facing the Jets, so
Right.
I get that whole thing. A lot of people talk about Tennessee though as the team. Every year there's that team that goes from that didn't make the playoffs, that goes from worst that makes the playoffs the next year.
Do you have a favorite worst to first candidate?
I got to go through it real quick. Let me go back and look. Okay, so the Jets, that's not going to be them. Cleveland, it's not going to be them. Tennessee, I don't think it's going to be them. Vegas, I don't think it's going to be them. The Giants, I would be pretty shocked. Detroit would be 1. New Orleans would be 2. They're the 2. I think New Orleans could win the South because the South is just very watered down, and I think Detroit can win the North. I mean,
Detroit's my pick, and here's why. I think the Bears take a step back this year.
Bears 11-6 last year.
I think the Bears are going to take a bit of a hit this year.
Take a look at that Bears schedule real fast. Let's see here. Bears schedule for this season. We got Carolina, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Jets, Green Bay, Atlanta, New England, Seattle. Ooh, that's a rough run right there. Tampa, bye week with the Eagles in week 10. New Orleans, Detroit, Jacksonville, Miami, Buffalo, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota. All right, so you're going Bears step back. I don't look to me, that division, I mean, they finished in last place with 9 wins last year.
Sure.
So they went 9-8, and
I know it might be kind of cheating to some people, but I just think Detroit's the kind of franchise that says, hey, we didn't do what we wanted last year. We got the front office. They got a really good GM that there at Holmes. I think he did a good job this offseason of saying, you know what we did last year wasn't good enough. We got to recalibrate. We're going to reload, and we got a nice schedule.
New Orleans would be the pick for me, I think.
You like that?
And of all of them, I mean, listen, every year something kind of crazy and kooky happens out of right field. But I'll go with New Orleans as a team that goes from last to first.
So who's your playoff team from last year who will not make it this year?
The playoff teams from last year that will not make it this year will be.
There's almost always a team,
yeah,
right?
There's going to be 2 or 3. I'll give you Pittsburgh. I'll give you. I might go Denver. I mean, if Nick's is out for a while. Carolina.
Carolina is probably my pick. I think last year they had a lot of things go their way.
Green Bay would be another one.
Green Bay's a good one. I just think Carolina, did it feel like they were lucky a lot of last year? They found a lot of games they happened to win, and you were like, I can't believe this team is winning these games. And,
Well, at the end, they lost 2 and still got in.
right. But they needed other people to lose, and they lost.
That division, they won the division with 8 wins.
Yeah.
So that's the obvious one. The Niners, Rams, and Seahawks all made it last year. Do all 3 of them make it again?
No.
Okay. So somebody out of that mix, you think. I would think that Green Bay might be out. Detroit could be in. Philadelphia was the only team in the NFC East last year.
I got a bold one for you. Because you asked of those 3 teams, Seattle's out.
Wow. Don't like Seattle, huh?
I think the loss of Kenneth Walker is going to bury them.
I don't know. I mean, they did draft a running back in the first round, so you're throwing a talented guy. What's his name? Price. His first name's escaping me.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Oh man, why can't I think of his name? The Notre Dame kid. He was the other Notre Dame kid. Jadarian Price.
Jadarian Price.
Yeah. So they got him and Charbonneau. I mean, so I think the running game.
I don't think it's enough. I think Kenneth Walker was such a dynamic weapon for them last year, and they lost their offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak. So you got
a new offensive coordinator. That's one. Now Walker went to Kansas City, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And Andy Reid says they're going to use him a lot.
We'll see.
That might be the real reason why Mahomes will come back too quickly. They might look at Walker and be like, bro, we're going to ride you for the first 4
Well, they have
weeks.
that weapon now. So, yes, that's another reason why I think that Mahomes, again, they have those first 4 weeks that are manageable, and then they jump into like a stretch of games that's pretty darn tough. All right, there's our Friday 5. We'll do week 2 next Friday. We'll look at the week 2 schedule next Friday, break that one all down, and we'll do that. Just think, if we're on week 2, that means we're only 17 weeks away from the start of the NFL season. But week 1 in the books, we are 18 weeks away from the start of the NFL season. We'll break it down on the Friday 5. Hey, when we come back, we got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day and our happy hour Friday picks. Stick around.
no excuse for Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Sean Mannion not to get this team in position where they're contending for a division title and being back in the postseason. There is zero excuses. Moving on from A.J. Brown is not an excuse. You drafted Mekhi Lemon in the first round. Clearly, you have a plan in terms of trying to mitigate his departure. So there are no excuses as to why this team can't get out to a hot start and why this offense should potentially get rolling early on. So that's the thing that came top of mind when I saw that schedule. Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni are all out of excuses.
Mm-hmm. So on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day, Chris Canny on Unsportsmanlike. Yeah, I don't disagree with them. The Eagles have a schedule that they can really navigate through. It's the kind of schedule where you got late home games in December, 3 straight. You should be able to take care of business to these games early. You have Washington, a game that you should be favored in, at home. Tennessee, a team that did not make the playoffs last year. You go to Chicago. Tough spot. Rams at home, though. You get them in Philly. They haven't beaten you in Philly in a long, long time. You're in London against Jacksonville, so you don't even have to go to Jacksonville and play them. Home against Carolina. Let's be honest. That's an average team. Home against Dallas on a Monday night. At Washington, the Giants. I mean, Canny's point, you could really rip off. You'll be 9 weeks into the season. That team should be 6-3, possibly at worst. Pittsburgh down the stretch, at Dallas, at Arizona. You know, the Pittsburgh game is in Philadelphia. You start the second half out of a bye at home, and then you have the short week at Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. So Canny's not wrong here. There's not a lot of excuses. This is a schedule that's kind of made for you to get off to a good start and really, at the end of the year, get on that wave and take those 3 home games against some tough teams like Indianapolis and Houston and Seattle.
I will say, Canty has been aggressively critical of Sirianni no matter what.
Always.
So I do have to wonder, would he say the same thing about some other people? Like, would he be saying the same thing about Harbaugh and Herbert? Would he say the same thing about Lamar Jackson and his new coach, Jesse Minter? I'm just putting it out there.
Possible, but this is coach and quarterback that have been together, 2 Super Bowls, won 1. If you're trying to say, hey, you got to step up and be big, this is a schedule that really sets up for it.
All right, Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield. Coach quarterback have been together for a while.
As the Eagles are.
I'm just saying he's very hypercritical of the Eagles.
Well, the Eagles have had a lot of success. Tampa Bay has been just a mad team. As Adam said, the Eagles are very much a national team.
They are.
This is a team that has high expectations every single year. They're on the most primetime standalone games, 8 this year. And I don't think Canny, what he said is wrong, but I do agree with you. He is generally pretty, critical of the coach and quarterback combination here in Philadelphia. That's going to do it for us. It was good to have the Friday Five back. A little football conversation. We'll do it every Friday. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What you give me, Doom Sauce last week?
Yeah, Doom Sauce from Gusto Brewing.
By the way, last week I said the beer at
The Seed.
The Seed was called, it's actually called Hey Tony.
Yo, Tony.
Hey Tony. It's called Hey Tony, 4.25. Very good.